Test, test, test. I don't know what to say. Yeah, you're good? Great. I could sing a song if everyone would like.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I won't be doing that. Carry on. What song would everyone like? Weather Girls is all I know. Not Raining Men?
Yeah. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Say more. Oh god, I really wasn't ready for this. Does anyone have any problems? Is everyone okay before we start actually? That's a question I probably should ask. Audio. Great.
When I put it here, it affects my audio. Can we test one more time?
Yes.
You guys all still have problems?
Just one more.
It's just because it's online, like my camera doesn't do mine, so I'm just. Yeah. But when they speak, it will go away.
Can you
Yeah.
hear?
When mine does, when they speak, it goes away.
can hear.
I have a big bunch.
Can you hear?
It's off.
It's off.
Can we?
It's picking up on my shotgun, that's what it is.
Can you hear now? Yeah? Is everyone good?
Yeah.
If you're having problems, say now. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh shit.
What do you want now? Oh,
It's upside down now. Orientation's locked. I need it on this side from the camera.
We're running about 20 minutes late. Just says it's
Good.
locked when it goes out.
So you can't switch it this way?
Yeah, but that's upside down.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll do then just close it to sounds like shut.
No. Still upside down?
We're not running late.
Probably cool. Yeah, let me make you on that. Thank you, Harry.
I'm just going to pick up the mic. But now it's pressing on the buttons. It was working a second ago. Unlock the orientation and turn it over.
It's online. I think it's lost it.
It's what?
I said it's online. I don't know why it's
This person is not sitting there. Do you want to come sit here? And then maybe. Maybe make it private or something. I don't know. It's affecting audio anyway. I thought we had the perfect setup, to be honest. Here's the charger.
Trying to see how I could just.
Maybe you're gonna find a way. Move this over.
You're gonna be focused.
I'm not going to be talking.
Okay, I'll try to position it a bit better, but that's the.
When you see this. You might be. Yeah, that might be a stretch.
I think that's good.
Do you know that's off the record?
We can zoom in.
Oh, nice one. Okay. I was listening to the podcast last night. It's just our joke from this is because they don't.
Islam can't get it.
Right.
This is funny. I know what. Where is this plug? It's okay. Plug it into yours. What's it look like? I don't even know.
Well, yeah. Yes.
This is crazy.
Charles.
It was decent, but yeah, like you've got some screw stories sometimes. Oh, it's good. Yeah. My friend, one of my best friends,
Yeah.
delivering that. It was good.
But
It's just hard.
leave my that's what I'm saying, I need to leave my stuff. Need a fucking tripod. Are we live? We're live, right? You may have to adjust the- Have you got your monopod? Or you just have to monitor it. You might have to adjust it. Yeah. Sorry, no. Yeah, maybe ask him for like ask that dude over there if he's got his masking tape or something. Actually, what are we talking about? Grab on.
Curtis is going to be in 2 minutes.
Your buzz? Fix your buzz?
Yeah, because of this. I had it on the wrong option.
The fuck is that? It's my headphones.
What up, Gills?
What's going on?
Welcome to England.
Thank you.
Is this your first time over here?
Yeah, I've never been to Europe actually. I think, is Turkey Europe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Turkey, let's say. Never been to England though. It's the first time.
How did this fight come together? Obviously, you're replacing Darren Till on the cards, but how did you hear about it? How did they come to you, and what made this happen?
It's not nearly as cool as you guys think. I was leaving conditioning, and my manager runs up, and he's like, "Hey, how do you feel?" I'm like, "Good." He's like, "You want to keep fighting 2 weeks?" I'm like, "Yes." And he's like, "You want to fight in England in 2 weeks?" I'm like, "Sure." Who are we fighting? And he's like, "Oh, Drac Manson." And I was like, "Yeah, I feel fine. Didn't have anything else going on. Let's do it."
When you look at the fight itself, is there any part of you that thought, you know what, this is a tricky fight, it's in another country, there's jet lag to consider? Any part of you think no?
I literally said yes before I knew I was fighting Jack Manson because my first actual question was, what are they paying me? And once he said that, I was like, okay, like I was already in. So, you know, I could have been fighting, like, I don't know, like, as long as it wasn't Yoel Romero, I didn't care. He's not in the company, so it's the one guy I don't want to actually afraid of. But it's a tricky fight, sure, but, I mean, what's the worst that happens, guys? I lose. Like, okay, I've got 8 losses on my record, and I'm not really worried about that. So they pay me a bunch of money. I get to come to England, I get to fight in O2. So like, why would I say no?
Without getting into specifics, how much more are you getting for this one than like your last fight, percentage-wise?
I've at least doubled my pay. Like probably more than double my pay. Like yeah, well, why not? Yeah.
How do you see the fight playing out? When you say he's a tricky opponent, what exactly do you see him bringing to it, and how do you deal with it?
The way I describe Jack is a very opportunistic fighter. I feel like there's never, his base plan is to get the takedown, but what he does with it and how he gets it is more whatever comes, whatever he can latch onto, as opposed to having like a set path to victory. So, you know, the Joker nickname fits, man. He's very random, he's very unpredictable, so that's a bit of a thing you can't plan for. But at the end of the day, it's kind of lucky because my game plan is always pretty easy and straightforward. Keep punching you until I win or until the bell rings. So, yeah, what else am I going to do? I'm just going to keep punching him. Just try to hit him.
Chris, you were up against an elite grappler last time out in Adolfo Vieira, and you had sort of a floor is lava approach to the grappling exchanges. Are you going to be a little bit more willing to go to the ground against Jack, who he's kind of got sneaky good submissions, but maybe he's not renowned as being as elite on the mat as Vieira?
I mean, I still kind of want to play the floor is lava because I'm very, very, very confident in my submission defense. I've gotten 1 submission loss in 40 fights. That was 10 years ago. I'm very, very hard to submit, but also Jack Hermanson's way more comfortable punching you in the face on the ground. And like, there's no point in getting involved in that. I don't want to play that game with him. Like we said, I think Vieira is probably the most decorated grappler in the division, or like maybe even the company at this point. But I think Jack's a little bit more much more experienced as a fighter, and like I said, man, he's opportunistic. The Joker moniker fits. You don't know what he's gonna do. There's less of a plan and more. He's just like, I got this giant bag of one trick ponies, and I'll just keep doing it until something wins. So we'll still play the floor is lava, but I think he's a better wrestler than Vieira, so it's a bigger risk.
Talk to us about your corner team for this one. You've got one, maybe two notable names from this side of the pond who are going to be backing you up in the corner on Fight Night.
Yeah, man. So depending on how the commission's going to do it, hopefully I'll be able to have Brandon Lockman and Darren Till in my corner. Darren for sure. We're trying to get Brandon in, and like commission's kind of like, you can't do that. We're like, can't we though? Like, come on, guys. But I've been friends with Brandon for a long time. We lived together. He's got kind of got the similar story, and just a really good guy. And then Darren, I've known him for about a year now. I met him in Kamzat in Vegas, and I was like, hey, I know it sucks you can't fight. Being injured sucks. You can't really do anything about that. But I'll fight him for you, and it'd be really helpful if you were around. It'd just be really funny. And he's like, yeah, sure. So that's how that came to happen. There's no like giant strategic game plan. Afterwards, I'm like, okay, it is kind of cool. You do have like knowledge of it. But my initial thought was, this would be funny as hell if Darren Till was in my corner. And he was like, yeah, he thought it'd be funny too. So that's how that happened.
Last one from me. And it's not about this fight. It's about a fight that happened a couple of weeks ago. I spoke to you on Radio Row in Vegas about Sean Strickland and the tactics that he may or may not adopt for that fight.
Didn't I call? Like, I was like, we don't really know.
You're
Like, we know how he can win, but we don't know what Sean's actually going to do because he's a crazy person.
So how has the unpacking of that result been in terms of the team and how you guys have sort of gone through that and what's the reaction within the team?
There's no unpacking as a team because we all knew, like, okay, like Sean knows how to win this fight, but everyone in the circuit tour is like 50-50 shot. He comes out here and decides to kickbox. So we were all aware. It sucks to see your teammate lose, but Sean's aware that like he did this Sean Strickland's way. And like I told people, guys, like at the end of the day, you can't stop Sean from being Sean. And easy way to win that fight, but he's like, I'm not gonna allow my pride to allow people to say I ran from him or was scared. So Sean fought the way he wanted to. So it sucks to see your friends lose, but he accepts it. He knows what happened. It is what it is.
Chris, just going off of that, of course, Sean fought Hermanson before, so has he given you any advice? What's the preparation been like with him in the run-up to this fight?
It was really helpful. He fought Hermanson. The fun part of that fight was I was one of the even though I'm 5'10", I was one of the Jack Hermanson stand-ins. So I had to spend a few, like 2 weeks learning how to be Jack Hermanson and like certain entries and whatnot. So I feel like I know Jack pretty well at this point. Like, we have a conversation. I know, like, his likes and dislikes, like, like what he wants for dinner. So that's useful. And then it's always nice to have a guy who's fought somebody like around, just like, like this is what we're looking for. This is what I had trouble with. Me and Sean are very different fighters, but there's kind of some overlap, and like we've trained together for 6 years now, I think. So there's a little bit of overlap. It's been helpful to just have that. Sean's actually pretty good at pretending to be anyone in training. Like he's very malleable style-wise. So it's just been really good for me, really good for my mental. And just we had 2 weeks to prepare against the guy who fought him. So if there's a best case scenario, that's probably it.
Did that give you then extra confidence? Was that easier to say yes to this fight, knowing that you've kind of prepared for him already before with Sean?
I hadn't even thought. So here's the thing, guys. Like, especially around like 12 o'clock p.m., I'm mostly useless to people. It's like my siesta time. I have to nap. So when I took the fight, I hadn't even thought about, like, holy hell, I've been Jack Hermanson for like months before, whatever. Hadn't even occurred to me until like later that night. I was like, oh, I went back to watch a video, and I'm like, oh yeah, I've been Jack. Like, so somehow I forgot all of that initially until later that night. And I was like, oh, I did prepare for this. So I don't know, man, it's a fight. Like, I don't think I really need that much like confidence from the outside to do it. It's a fight. Like, I'm not afraid to fight. I like fighting. There's no fear. I've got 8 losses on my record, so there's no fear of losing. I've lost before. I'll probably lose again before it's all said and done. So you don't really have to hold my hand to get me to fight. I just like fighting.
And Hermanson has been, or was training with Hamza Chimaev in the run-up to this fight. Do you pay much attention to that? Do you read into that at all?
No. I've trained with some of the best people in the world. I too have trained with Hamza Chimaev, when he was in Vegas. Okay, it's cool, it's useful. Like, yeah, that's how we get better. But at the end of the day, unless they plan on jumping me, I don't really think it matters.
And last one for me, what do you think a win does here for your career?
That's kind of the one that's crazy for me, man. I haven't really thought. I've tried to avoid thinking about what comes next after this, but it's weird because people have pointed out, like, hey, if you win this fight, you can be like 1 or 2 fights away from a title shot, and that's just something I've never actually thought about. I've never once thought about it. It's never crossed my mind. I've never given myself the leeway to dream that far ahead and dream a step at a time. So that's kind of interesting, man. Like, I don't know. A win now puts me. Let me back up for 1 second. My goal, and I've always said, my goal in fighting was to go as far as I can go. I never said I want to be world champion, I want to be this guy. My goal has always been to go as far as I can go. Like, for my own personal sake, and for me, I can't quit before I got there because I had to justify the sacrifice that I've made and the people around me have made. So my goal has always been to go as far as I can go. And I think winning against Jack puts me in line to see just how far I can go. Puts me very close to the top, and that's more important to me than anything else. Just being close to the top and seeing, like how close to the ceiling am I going to be able to get.
Hey, Chris, right over here. Chris, I want
You're
to
not
expand.
British.
I know, right?
Are you British?
No.
Okay, do I know? I've seen you before, haven't I? We've talked.
Yeah, we played the game at Radio Row.
God, yeah, okay, all right. I'm like, yeah, you're not British at all. What's going on here?
I know, I had a long flight. Chris, less than 12 months ago from Fight Night, regional scene, and now several fights into the UFC, you've built up a fan following because of the way you've taken the fights, because of the matchups and everything. How do you describe these last 12 months for you?
It's been very exciting, but much the same. It's exciting because I've always wanted to be in the UFC. My goal was to always get here to see as far as I can go as far as I can go. And I've had things go wrong at every turn to prevent me from getting to this point. And to finally be there is one thing. But after that, not only am I here, I'm 3-0. There are people who like me out there, which is interesting. That's new to me, and a lot of fan support. And it's been insane, man. Like, now I'm a co-main event on a card in England, so it's been a crazy 12 months. But at the same time, nothing really has changed for me as a person. I still drive the same piece of shit car, even though I've got a lot more money in the bank. I get up, I go to the gym, I go home, I play games, I sleep. I'm not doing anything new. The experiences are insane, but as a person, I try to remain the exact same person that got me here. I have to work hard. I know I have to work hard. So, cool new people, talk to all of you, do the fan expo. I'm in London now. That's absolutely awesome. But as a person, my day-to-day, nothing changed.
How many more fights do you want to have before you're comfortable buying yourself a new car?
So I've never owned a new car. Never once in my life. Never once. I'm 35. Never once owned a new car. Hell, I think the most expensive thing I bought since I got into UFC was a computer. I got a new computer. And that was like $3,000. And I was like, oh, can I spend that? Then I'm like, you know what? Stop being cheap. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe give $500,000 in the bank and I'll buy a car. But I'll have to buy it and pay for it all out because I don't like having I do not like having payments on things. I hate having payments on things. It's 2022. When you're fighting for the last 10 years, it's a cash-only enterprise now. I don't really do credit anymore. It's a cash-only thing. We killed our credit years ago, so we're fixing that. So I will buy flat out a car when I have $500,000 in the bank. Until then, I'll drive mine until it explodes.
Finally, I did want to ask if you could expand on reaching out to Darren Till. When the fight was announced, you did acknowledge on Twitter that, hey, maybe some of the English fans might be a little disappointed he wasn't going to be here on Saturday to fight. So can you just talk about reaching out to him and just how his reaction was to everything?
Yeah, man. Darren gets a lot of... I'm over here breaking shit, sorry. Darren gets a lot of shit from the fans for this one. But, the guy's... Training with him, he works hard. He genuinely does work hard. He cares about what he does. And when you work hard, you're going to get hurt. It happens. And then some people, it's a fight game. I always use Shogun for example, $1 million talent, Shogun, but dollar store knees. Like dude can't save his knees, and he can't not hurt himself to save his life. But Darren's one of those guys, really talented, hard worker, but his body just hates him when it comes to doing certain things. He's got a lot of shit for this one, and I know the fans are really excited to see him fight at home. They love him, you guys love him, and there's a lot of disappointment about that one, but I got a lot of support as well. So for me, I thought it'd be fun, and it'd be fun for the fans. Like, hey, I know he's not fighting, I know it sucks, but you can't change injuries. But just to have him here, let him have that energy. And I thought it would be fun. I thought it'd be really fun. I hit him up, and he was down for it. Like, I've known him for a little bit, so he was fine. So just why not? Like, people take fighting's a very serious business, but it doesn't have to be serious all the time. You can just do shit for fun, and I think this is just fun. It's fun for me. It'll be fun for Darren. It'll be fun for the English fans. So why not? Like, what do we lose? It's either I can Darren in my corner. I can spend another like $1,500 to fly somebody out from Vegas. And I'm like, all right, let's just use Darren.
Think. Hey Chris, what are the odds that you'll walk out to Sweet Caroline?
Are there actual bets taking place?
I think so, yeah.
I'm not gonna ruin it then. But, like, there are bets taking place, but like, it would be amusing, like, right? But then again, I'm not gonna say anything on it. I wish I could, but I'm not gonna say anything on it.
And Tim from Sports Kita here. Just a quick question. What kind of car are you actually driving? What are you driving right now?
2006 Hyundai Sonata.
Ooh, that's a classic.
It's a great car. I got it for like $4,000 when I moved to Vegas, which was nice since I've had it for like 4 years now. It runs fine. Like, yeah, it's a piece of shit, but it's my piece of shit. Yeah, I appreciate it.
And the post-fight celebration meal, what do you want once the fight is done?
What time are we fighting here?
I think you're going to be around 10 p.m. It's going to be late.
So I do enjoy getting ice cream after fights, but like I've had my heart broken so many times from the regional scene because I'm always like main event. So by the time you finish, everything's closed. So I really like maybe ice cream, maybe some wings, some French toast, and like a frozen margarita would be like my ideal meal.
And one last one for you, and I know you probably don't want to answer, but who do you want next after this fight?
It's not that I don't want to answer. It's the fact that I don't know. I know, like, isn't Jack number 8? Sean is 7, so directly up above me is my boy. And like, above that, I don't really know who else is in this division where. Like, I don't keep track because until this point, it was never a thing I was worried about. I was kind of like, okay, who can I snipe from the top 15? And winning this fight puts me in the top 10. I'm like, holy hell, what do I do? So we got to do some reevaluation. My manager Lance is back there. This is a Lance question. Who do we fight, Lance? Yeah, Lance is keeping it close to the chest. So yeah, we don't know. I have no idea yet. Yeah, I'll tell you guys on Sunday.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Let me check.
All right, guys, we got Jordan Levitt for you next.
Bigger crowd than at the Apex, that's for sure. We got a little more room.
I'll call you in a bit.
Jordan. It's been an interesting build-up for this one. It's not usual that we hear twerking and teabagging ahead of a fight. What exactly about this one are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this fight. Yeah, we're hyping the fight up, but not in the right way. You know, a little homoerotic, if that's okay to say. But
I think so.
Yeah, we have a similar vibe, similar charisma. Yeah, you know, I like it, and I think it's gonna be an interesting fight.
When you said the quote about I'm going to twerk and I'm going to start right, did you anticipate it was going to get quite a reaction?
No, a lot of silly things, and I was with the shoulder stick, and he's pretty, like, I think it relaxed, kind of got out of control, and you know, it's on message, but Yeah, I've talked about twerking a lot in the past few months, a lot more than I thought I ever would, so that's kind of cool.
Have you had to work on it to make sure it's up to standard?
I've had to. I've been on several other fighters, like their vlogs, showing them how to twerk. So, you know, I've become quite the teacher.
Yes.
You know, I do think, if I do say so myself. So, yeah, it's a twerking camp for sure.
Good stuff. Twerking aside, when you look at the fight itself, what have you made of Paddy Pimblett in the UFC, and how do you think you stack up against him?
I feel like you separate all the flash from this fight. It's not very interesting at all. I don't follow him on social media, and I didn't really know about Paddy until his debut, so I don't think I'm gonna be starstruck. I don't really see him as a star. He's just a guy that's 0-2 in the UFC, and he fought some guys that had losing records in the UFC, and there's plenty of guys in the roster like that. So I'm just kind of trying to separate this fight from the flash, and you know, on paper, I'm not too interested in this matchup, to be honest.
What exactly about it are you not interested in?
I kind of fought the grappler last fight, and they would lead to boring fights, and I think I'm a little too smart to make a lot of the mistakes that a lot of his opponents have made. If I take him down, I'm not letting him up. If I hurt him, I'm not going to let off the pressure. And he's not the most accurate striker. He has one real knockout, and he's a regional champ, and I've fought all those things before, so.
I hate to put words in your mouth, but you don't sound very impressed by him.
No, I'm not impressed with a lot of things. I've sparred with champions, I sparred with like title contenders, and I've seen everything. I've sparred 20 plus rounds every week for 10 years. The majority of those are just striking rounds, so not even in my wheelhouse. I've never been dropped by anyone near my size. I've never been hurt in any of my fights. The only time I've been cut was a headbutt. We've done a lot of similar, same things, me and Paddy, but I've done it without taking any damage. No one knows about my chin because I don't get. So he's a good fighter, and I really like him, and I think he's very entertaining, and I'm kind of a fan. Like now, I like his interviews and all that, but it's just. So.
Last one from me, just so we can make sure we still have the headline. The plan is still to knock him afterwards?
Yeah, finish the fight, twerk, go home.
Jordan. Hi.
Hello.
Paddy was saying that he's going to make you built under the pressure and critics and all. We're just talking about grappling. Do you feel like it could be a boring fight? Do you feel like he's just saying that, or do you see it as a grappling match?
I see it. I look at it statistically speaking, and it's probably going to be a grappling match. He has the one knockout, and he was kind of getting pieced up. He hit Luigi exiting the clinch, so Luigi didn't have his base. I mean, he's not very good on the front foot, so I don't imagine the pressure's going to be an issue, because no one's wanted to take him down. And I'm a much better grappler than him, I'm a much better wrestler than him. So the idea that he's just going to run and throw punches recklessly, and I'm just going to cover up and get hit with 10 unanswered strikes and fall, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think he's striking the problem.
And you did say that in the beginning when they gave you this matchup, you were a little bit offended. You kind of explained it. Now that you're here in the UK and you know, fighting in his home country, how's the experience been like, and how do you anticipate the crowd's going to be?
My first time leaving the country, so that was jarring. I'm terrified of flying, but the panic kind of wears off after 6 hours. You know, I kind of got tired from being scared. It's just 20,000 people. The O2's smaller than the Thomas and Mack. I fought from a bigger crowd for my third amateur fight. And I'm dealt with a lot of drunk people. It's just 9 p.m., so how drunk can they be? They'll have to show me. But I'm not too worried about it. Social media, followers, hometown, that doesn't matter. It's all white noise, a placebo effect. I get a side effect.
But there are perks, right? I mean, the fact that he's being pumped up and he's here in his home crowd. Do you imagine, or do you allow yourself to think about, you know, stealing all that momentum away from him with a win here?
I mean, when I separate from the Flash, he doesn't really have momentum. You know, he beat 2 guys who aren't even on the roster anymore. So, in terms of actually where my place it is,
for not just a fight, but for the atmosphere that you're going to walk into, just when you come out of the tunnel into the arena on a fight night, the wall of noise that's going to greet you is going to be something unlike anything you've experienced so far in your UFC career. So how are you mentally preparing for that?
A lot of my teammates have been booing while I've been sparring. So if those you love can boo you and you can kind of drown it out, imagine those I don't even know or will never know. I don't imagine it's going to bug me. Plus, you know, boots have a nice, like, powerful sound. I think it's kind of going to pump me up. I'm kind of excited for the experience. I'll never get it again after this fight. So.
You said it might not be that interesting a fight because you both have a strong sort of grappling base, but quite often from watching fights in the past, when you get two grapplers going head to head in the cage, it can sometimes turn into a striking matchup. So break it down for us as a striking matchup based on what you know of Paddy. Paddy's already said he's going to knock you out inside the first 2 minutes. He said that in an interview yesterday. So give us your take on that.
Like, I'd be going to sleep about 2 hours ago, so trying to get ahead of that's been kind of difficult, but the flight wasn't too bad. The big plane was actually a lot easier than flying to just Texas or Utah. So flight not too bad, jet lag, weight cut, we'll see.
I spoke to you a month ago and you said the thing that makes you the most nervous about this fight is everything other than the fight, you know, the build up or the attention. Is that sort of feelings, you know, a few days out now?
Yeah, I'm always more worried about things I can't control, because fight night, I'm either gonna win to be a good memory, or you get knocked out and it's no memory. So it's like, it's either nothing or it's good. So I'm not ever really worried about fight night. Like, I've never really been hurt before. Maybe that's why I never worried. But yeah, no, all the other stuff is more exhausting than the fight. It's just 15 minutes, and anyone could be brave for 15 minutes.
And you spoke about there about, you know, the world champions you trained with and sparred, etc. So far in your UFC career, would you say that Paddy's your toughest opponent or not?
No, I don't think he's my toughest opponent. I think Trey would have worked him, honestly. He's good on the ground, but also he fought in a region where no one's a strong grappler. Every time that anyone's ever grappled him first, he loses. Every time someone takes past the first round, he almost loses. The people that beat him who are in the UFC have a losing record. The other guy who beat him is in the Bellator, almost lost to a journeyman. I think, you look at the people I've lost, the person I've lost to, look at the people he's lost to, no comparison whatsoever. So, yeah.
And when the UFC came to you, you told me that you didn't want to come and fight in July, you thought you were going to fight in November, and you certainly didn't want to come to London. Now that you're here, it's obviously an experience. Do you think, you know, I'm glad that I did take that opportunity?
Oh no, I'm never traveling again. You know, next time I'm booked for a show, I can't bring my wife and my baby. Not going, miss my family. Yeah, beautiful town, you know, nice environment, but yeah, I definitely prefer to fight the Apex, you know, be 10 minutes away from home. But I'm glad I got this off my bucket list. I think London's the perfect place to kind of travel and see. I'm just a boy from Las Vegas. I've kind of had a very diverse upbringing. I've seen a lot of people from a lot of different cultures, so traveling's never really interested me. But it's been nice. It's not too much of a culture shock.
Thank you.
You just mentioned there about being away from the family. You know, how do you feel mentally going into this fight? You know, being away from home, being away from your normal comforts.
It's mostly just tedious. I miss my baby. She's 18 months, so every day they're doing something new. You know, like yesterday, she like took off her own shirt for the first time. She didn't like it, and I miss that. So that kind of bummed me out a little bit. But I'll see her in 4 days. And there's a bunch of firsts.
And have you managed to cross paths with Paddy yet?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen him. I crossed paths with Molly, and I was like, why is she so weird? I'm like, oh, that's why she's so weird. They're best friends. But yeah, I mean, I haven't seen him yet. I guess I'll be seeing him in a few hours, hopefully. So.
Yeah, so you will be facing off with him, you know, later on. What are you going to be expecting from him?
I'm actually not quite sure what to expect from him. I'm not sure what energy he's going to bring. Generally, he's not really talked trash before, but from what I heard, I haven't really seen it. He's talked a little bit more trash for this fight, but I don't know. I don't quite know how to feel about him. I'm not sure if it's like a fight persona thing or if it's really him. A lot of fighters kind of have to hype themselves up and be someone different on fight night and fight week. So I don't know. I'm hoping I get the normal Paddy. I don't want the whole act, the whole Paddy, the Paddy show. But we'll see. I'm pretty sure it'll be a little stupid. So we'll see.
Do you think that is an act? You know, that whole kind of Paddy show, that kind of vibe that he brings?
Yeah, I do. I do think it's mostly an act. And I know a lot of fighters, and I've trained with Cowboy for the past like 7-8 years. And he's very nervous before fights. And if he, who has the second most fights in the UFC, gets nervous, has all these insecurities, I know everyone else does too. So I'm very suspicious of like blind bravado. A lot when I see it from a fighter, I feel like it's usually hiding insecurities. And I just try to like live by like a principle of like radical honesty. Like I'm confident, but I'm never like, oh, 100%, I win this. There's no way I don't lose this fight. I try to have a really grounded opinion. So yes, I'm suspicious of his whole shtick.
And you know, facing off with a fighter, does that give you insight into maybe what you could expect to see on Fight Night?
Yeah, facing off of a fighter, the first time you meet your opponent, they're not like this abstract idea anymore. Like you actually get to size them up. Oh yeah, they're human too. They're close to your size. They're this, and that. Yeah, I always like to meet my opponents, kind of get to humanize them. So I'm excited.
Last set of questions, guys.
Tim Bruce Sports here. Just a quick question on how do you handle anxiety going into fights like this? You sound so calm, you sound ready, you talk about other people before fights. How do you handle anxiety?
It's the trauma from growing up. Yeah, honestly, like, fighting's not that scary when you compare it to everything you do on a daily basis. Like, I had a higher chance of, like, getting hurt in the Uber on the way here, have a better chance of getting hurt while sparring. And honestly, sparring a lot of times is a lot harder than a fight, because there's no adrenaline when you're sparring on a day-to-day basis. All the aches and pains, injuries you feel, but during a fight, you don't feel anything. It's just like that rush and that energy, and that's pretty cool. You never feel that anywhere else. And it's a positive experience. Even when I lost my fight, I had a good day, went on a date with my wife. It's just a fist fight at the end of the day, and yeah, I like to do it, and I get paid for it, but it's not too big a deal.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll do.
Hello. Is this thing working? Yeah.
Here we are again, Tom. O2 Arena on Saturday night. Is this starting to feel familiar for you, or is this still a big deal?
First of all, let me start by saying, don't know a lot of people in this room very well, I don't think. But me and you are friends. As a friend, I have to tell you, that shirt is fucking awful. What the fucking hell is that? What have you got on?
There's a heat wave, so I wanted to dress up.
Have it open at least. Show the abs off. Terrible shirt, mate. What are you doing?
I can only apologise.
I'm just trying to be a good friend, mate.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I'll go home and cry afterwards.
What was the question? I can't
O2 Arena, big deal, yes or no?
Of course it's a big deal. It's not a small deal, is it? It's fighting at the most iconic arena in the UK, and as a UK person, it's a big deal. It's always going to be a big deal fighting in the O2, especially as a main event, especially against Curtis Blaydes.
When you train, you're conditioning your body for a fight, right? As you're going through fight weeks, are you conditioning yourself to this big stage? Every time you do this, is this like another rep where you're getting more and more familiar with being at this level?
Yeah, there's no replacement for experience, and I've done this before, so now I know exactly what to expect. Different opponent, of course, completely different opponent, better opponent, and but I have done it before, so these things are getting a little bit easier to deal with, definitely.
I know you don't love the questions about like, oh, you know, how's the fight going to go and stuff like that, but you mentioned this is a different sort of opponent. With Curtis, what are you expecting? Are you expecting what everyone else is suggesting, that he's just going to come out and run for takedowns all night, or are you expecting him to mix it up? What are you expecting from him?
This is MMA. He's a great wrestler. He's great at other stuff as well, so I have to be expecting everything. Obviously, he brings a massive threat in the wrestling department, so I prepared for that. I've prepared for everything. This is MMA, do you know what I mean? You can't just be like, oh, he's going to come out and just take me down. Obviously, he's got great takedowns, but I'm ready for his striking as well, and his submission game. You have to be ready for everything, mate.
Last one from me. you have often said like, oh, I'm just happy taking my time. After this fight, people are going to be putting you at the level that you're sort of waiting to reach yourself. Are you ready for that? Or are you still going to try and take the slow path and get better?
I will take it as it comes, the same way as I do with everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? You can't guarantee what's going to happen. So I will cross that bridge when I come to it. But until then, fighting Curtis on Saturday, and that's all I'm bothered about. So please, I would appreciate if no one else would ask me about fights, because I don't give a shit about any other fights. I'm interested in this fight only.
Hi.
Hello.
I believe this is the first time Curtis Blaydes is an underdog in his UFC career. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I didn't realise that. I don't know why that. I thought that I was the underdog. I'm not bothered. I don't look at odds. This is the first I've heard of it. I think that's. I'm not a bookie. I'm not a. I don't even bet, so it doesn't mean anything to me really.
Right, now you said you don't want to talk about fights and stuff, but I wanted to get your thoughts on Tai Tuivasa and Cyril Gane, if what your thoughts are on the matchup and how you see it playing out.
I think it's a great fight. I think this is. I hate to sit on the fence. But this is heavyweight MMA. I think Cyril is amazing. I think Tai is also very good. I think Tai's more dangerous than Cyril. I think Cyril's better technically. I think Tai is way more dangerous, so I wouldn't be surprised either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Cyril won, or I wouldn't be surprised if Tai won. This is heavyweight MMA. Massive guys, tiny gloves. Anything can happen.
Thank you.
Tom.
Hang on, mate.
How you doing? It's the second time you're at the top of the poster. Main event, big fight. Obviously, the first time was last time we were here in March. How much has that experience been a benefit to you as you prepare for this one, and how different does this week feel compared to the lead up to the last one against Volkov?
This week feels pretty normal, to be honest, because I've only just done it. It was only 3 or 4 months ago, or whatever. You can't buy experience, and I've been here before, and I think that everybody who's on this card, whether you're a home fighter or an away fighter, if you want to put it like that, you need to take into account that the English fans are different. Like, the UK fans are different to any other fans in the world. They're absolutely wild, and the atmosphere in there, it can either make you or break you. And I think you've got to be prepared. You don't need to be prepared for that. You need to take that on board when you're fighting in the UK, because it is different.
Yeah, it was a special night back in March. So many British fighters really producing incredible performances, getting some great finishes on the night and showcasing themselves to the world. You got that great finish against Volkov last time. What does a successful night for you look like? Is it just having a W next to your name, or is it getting a finish? What would be a successful night for you?
I don't talk about this stuff too much because it's just really not me, but I'm a winner. That's all I care about. Like, I want to win. Don't care how I win, but I'm a fierce competitor. I'm fiercely competitive, and I'm trying to win, and that's it.
And with Curtis, I know you said that he's more than just a wrestler. He's more well-rounded than that. Where do you feel the biggest opportunities will be for you on fight night in terms of the sort of chinks in his armour?
I have no idea. We're going to find out. I just have so much that I've not shown, and people don't know what to expect. Nobody's got any idea. Curtis or anybody else in the heavyweight division doesn't know what I bring to the table, because I've not shown it yet. I've shown 10% of my game, because my octagon time is so short. Like, no one's really seen what I can really do, so I have so much that nobody knows about, which is a massive advantage for me.
And last one from me. I know after your win against Volkov, you were quite vocal to Dana that you didn't want to go off to Vegas and fight in Vegas. You wanted to come back here and fight back in front of the UK fans again. You're in the main event in London once again. How much does that mean to you to be spearheading this event?
Oh, well, it means a lot. And I think a big part of why we're back here is because of me. Like, I'm not trying to sound like mad egotistical or anything, but I think that without me pulling him to the side and being like, look, we need to, it wasn't like, I wasn't asking a question. I wasn't like, oh, Dana, can we please come back? It was like, Dana, we're coming back here this year. Let's make it happen. And he agreed with it. Like, he couldn't really say no, because it was an unbelievable night in March. And there's going to be another unbelievable night this Saturday. Like it's a special place to fight, and we've got special fights on the card, so it can't possibly be boring. It's going to be absolutely wild.
Just down to the right, yeah. How you doing, mate?
Good, thanks.
When you last beat Volkov, you said that you didn't book an after party because of how much he cuts people. Now, if I find someone who, again, is known for his elbows and opening people up all the time, is it safe to say you'll just have maybe a few drinks after the bar for this one as well?
We'll see. I'm not planning no after parties after fights anymore because you never know. But I'm ugly enough. I don't need to be any uglier. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to get my face cut. So if you could hold off on that, Curtis, that would be appreciated. I don't fancy any cuts.
Is it something that you almost like punishing yourself for fighting people like Volkov and Curtis, who, like we said in the lead up to the Volkov fight, they're not really known for like having one punch power, but they're just cumulative damage, just cuts people.
I don't know if it's Curtis fight.
I guess so.
He knocks people out pretty good. Same with Volkov. You can't look at his last fight. He nearly killed the poor fella. He knocked him into next week. So this is heavyweight MMA, mate. Anyone can knock anybody out. It's not like, oh, someone's this guy doesn't punch as hard as someone. You try taking a punch with them little gloves on for them guys, any of them, and see how you get on. It will knock you out, definitely.
And someone who's doing things arguably different than you is also fighting those cards, Amanda Mahia. He wants to be the youngest UFC champion ever. He's got a year to do it because he turns 22 next week. What do you make? Obviously, you've known him for a long time. Is that something that you think, you know, a year from now he could do it?
Yes, he's a special individual. He's amazing. It was like with Mohammed, like I've known him for a long time since he was a child, and since I was really young as well. I think he was like probably 11 or 12 or something like that when I first met him. And he was like a champion before he even started training. Like he just has that aura about him, and anyone that has been around him will know exactly what I mean. Like the guy, he's born to be a champion, and I think he's definitely gonna do that. Definitely, he's special.
Do you think, obviously, like you said, you know, experience is a massive thing, and he's only one fight in, but he's had so many amateur fights.
Yeah, he's had about 50 amateur fights, hasn't he? So the guy's born to compete. The guy will do it, definitely.
Awesome, thank you, all the best.
Tom, just over here. You surpassed Ronda Rousey's record for the quickest to 5 UFC victories. What does that kind of record mean to you? Does it mean much to you? I know obviously you're a very humble guy.
It's good for the old Instagram post, isn't it? Like it gets a few likes. No, it's nice, mate. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you mate. That's not very nice. It's just nice because there's some big names on that list, and to like surpass the other names, people like I think Frank Mir was on there, Ronda Rousey's on there. I can't remember who else. There's a lot of big names on there, and for me to beat them guys in that certain aspect, like it's a big thing. Like I look up to all them people, and I'm, you know, first and foremost in this thing, I'm a fan. So if I can even be like on the same list as them people, never mind doing better than them, like that's it's good for the ego, that's for sure. It's good for the ego.
And you know, you have a very high finishing rate. You know, what do you think sets you aside from other heavyweights at the top of the division right now?
I think the obvious thing would to be like my speed sets me aside. That's the obvious thing. I think the biggest thing is my decision making. I think my decision making is like top of the top level. I make decisions super quick and super intelligent. Decisions really fast, and I don't think that's something that the untrained eye doesn't see too well. And even the trained eye might not see that too well, but my decision making is better than most people's in this division, that's for sure.
And you know, you've not made it into the third round before. Do you, obviously, is that kind of like a gift and a curse in a way? I know you want to showcase more of your skills, and you said you've only shown 10% of what you have. Are you wanting to perhaps go into the deeper rounds?
I am, of course, but I've only just turned 29, and I have a whole lot of years of fighting to do in front of me. Like I've got at least another 10 years in this sport before I want to retire. And there's definitely time for me to have more time in the octagon, definitely. So for me to not have a lot of miles on the clock and still be fresh, I think that's a good thing as well. But like I say, I don't have the experience there and the time in the octagon, so it is a gift and a curse. Yeah, definitely, for sure.
kind of earlier you were surprised that you were the underdog. No, you thought you were going to be the underdog of this one. Why did you think you would be the underdog going into tonight?
Because this is my 6th UFC fight, and I believe it's Curtis's 17th or 18th UFC fight. He has been in the top 7 in the world for the last 5 years. I've just broke the top 10. He's beat everybody apart from the 2 biggest punches in the division. His record speaks for itself, and I don't think, you know, I think I've still got a lot of work to do. Like, I don't feel like I've done that much really. I think he's done a lot more than me. So, yeah, that basically.
Is that a nice surprise, or does that give you any kind of added confidence?
Doesn't bother me at all. What other people think does not bother me at all. Like, what matters is what I think about myself and what my team think about me, and I'm confident in myself really, and that's all. What other people think is pretty irrelevant at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got Tom right here.
Hello.
Hi. Tom, usually you beat a guy like Curtis Blaydes, people start talking about things like title shots and the like and everything for the future. But with everything going on with the belt, what they may or may not do with some of the other guys at the top, would you say you're gonna stay active going into late 2022, maybe early 2023 if the belt isn't offered to you?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not really. I'm just trying to. I've got a lot of work to do before I get to the belt, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'll fight. If you want me to fight, I'll fight. Like, I've been really active. Like, I think this is my 7th fight in 2 years, so that's quite active, especially for a top heavyweight. Like, that's really active actually. So, yeah, I've been active so far. Let's keep it going. But I would imagine it's going to slow down a little bit now, fighting the top guys and stuff. So, whatever. I'm a fighter. I want to fight.
As a spectator, what would you like to see happen? Do you think maybe Stipe versus John Jones, or would you like John to maybe, you know, see that fight against Francis Ngannou?
I just want to see John Jones at heavyweight. Lot of talking, but we've not seen nothing yet, so it's still a mystery. So I'm not really fussed. I just want to see, as a fan of John Jones, I want to see John Jones at heavyweight, see what it looks like.
Tim from Sportskeeda here. What are you going to do to bring yourself up from 4.5 to 5 stars in the UFC video game?
Am I at 4.5 stars?
That's
Am I?
what you had posted on Instagram. You said, I want to be 5 stars. What are you going to do?
I posted that.
You posted that.
When?
It was before this fight was announced. I can show you if you want.
I don't remember posting that. Well, I do. I do have a couple, like someone else posts me on Instagram sometimes, so maybe they posted it. Well, we're going to get me to 5 stars, don't we? I don't know. Throw some spinning shit or something. I don't know. That's all I'm missing. I have no idea. Maybe I need to get a submission off my back. I don't know. What does it take to get 5 stars?
Nope, that's a great answer. Thank you very much. And let me get a World Cup prediction from you as well.
I don't watch that shit. I don't watch football.
Yeah, thanks so much, man.
Tom, back-to-back main events, do you find yourself getting recognised a lot more when you're out and about by the public? How do you
Yeah,
enjoy that?
I think after the last fight, I got recognised a lot more. I think I'm a tough guy to miss anyway, because I'm like a foot taller than everybody else. But yeah, I get a lot of love. Do you know what I mean? I get a lot of love when I'm walking around the streets with a lot of people like wishing me well.
Yeah.
A lot of people also like saying, make sure you win because I've got 100 quid on you. I'm like, yeah mate, I'm going to do that just for you. Just because you've got 100 quid on me, I'm going to win. No, yeah, I definitely get a lot of love and it's appreciated. Like, anytime someone wants to say something nice to me, like, I will happily say thank you for it.
And obviously there's a lot of British fighters doing well. We're at the O2 again. Can you see a sort of summer show next time in a stadium, or perhaps in the near future?
We need that stadium, don't we?
Mm.
No, we need, I don't know, can we do a stadium over here? Because it never seems to happen that.
No.
Why is there no stadium?
Quite like stadium shows too.
What's wrong with the stadium?
Yeah, maybe.
The rain? Is that the issue, the rain? In case it rains?
Yeah, well, yeah, not at the moment.
Well, yeah, I don't know. We never seem to do, but mate, I'm happy with the O2 Arena. I would love the Manchester Arena though. I would love that. Like, that would be something. But the O2 is amazing as well, so I ain't complaining.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Wi-Fi shit as well?
I don't even know. It seems fine. I'm plugged in. Are you plugged in?
Guys, questions for Alex?
Hey Alex. How are you? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Last time out we saw you at heavyweight, now back down to your natural weight class. Just want to get your thoughts on your decision behind going back down to 205.
That's my division, you know. So feeling good to be back. My body feels good, and yeah, that's it. It's my division.
Any regret trying heavyweight?
No, not at all. Fight is a fight, and I felt the heavyweight division, and you know, I'm feeling very comfortable in the heavyweight division because, you know, but well, I always been in the light heavyweight division, so that's my division. So I'm back.
Yeah, I mean, aside from obviously not having to cut so much weight fighting at heavyweight, how did you feel physically at heavyweight, and did that play a factor in you going back to 205?
No, I feel strong as a heavyweight. The fighter as it did, you know, but I feel strong. I feel fast within heavyweight, but and also I'm a pretty big light heavyweight, so it was, you know, it was good. But the light heavyweight division is always been there. It's always where I've been fighting, competing, and so I feel great to be back, and I'm excited to be back. And it's been a while. I wasn't light heavyweight, so. Feeling good. My body's feeling good.
You get Nikita Krylov. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
Good. Good. It's going to be a hell of a fight.
And a lot has changed in the light heavyweight division. Obviously, you've been a perennial contender. A lot of new blood. The title's changing hands a lot. Just wanted to get your thoughts on kind of the new wave of light heavyweights.
Good. It's very exciting. Stuff, you know, it's happening stuff all the time, and yeah, let's see what happens.
Did seeing that kind of excite you to return to 205? Just the movement?
Well, yeah, you know, it's, yeah, a little bit. I feel it very inspirational, you know, to see the guys fighting and doing good. And I fall in love with myself, and Steve is still going strong, so very inspirational too. And let's see what happens, you know.
What did you think of the title fight between Glover and Yuri?
Good, amazing. Very exciting fight to see.
Yuri's talking about wanting to run things back with Glover. Do you feel that's the fight to make?
For them, a rematch, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. They should fight again.
Thank you.
Alex, you got wins over 2 of the last 3 champions in the division. How much, or what do you think you need to do to get yourself back in there, fighting for a title once again, given the, your record against 2 of the last 3 champs?
I need to beat people up. That's the plan.
And you beat someone up last time you were in London for the UFC a few years back. Happy memories coming back to London and competing in the O2 again. It was a big night for you back then.
Yeah, 100%. I love to be back in London, and I love the arena, and I get good feelings. So it's been really good to be back.
Just talking about coming back down from heavyweight to light heavyweight, does this feel like a bit of a reset for you and a bit of a fresh start, having moved up, or is it just a continuation? Does this feel like a fresh chapter in your career right now?
A little bit of both. You know, it was 3 years ago. I was a light heavyweight, so it's been a while. I fought Anthony Smith, the last fight I had in light heavyweight, so it's a little bit because it's been a while. But I'm just going to continue. This is what I do. We'll beat people up, and that's what we're doing. And I'm really back. I'm really happy to be back. The heavyweight division was a good experience for me, even though I lost that fight. But it's still a good experience for me. But we're happy to be back in light heavy and to perform. Get the W back.
And last one from me. There's rumours going around that the UFC may be heading back to your home country. perhaps towards the end of this year or maybe early next year. How much would it mean for you to be headlining a card back home in Sweden?
Everything. I'll be count me in. I'll be there, 100%.
So, man, thank you.
Alex, right here. I want to ask you, your longtime teammate Hamzat Chimaev just announced booking a UFC pay-per-view main event against Nate Diaz. Just what are your thoughts on that fight and how he's going to handle the moment?
Amazing. He's going to do what he's doing all the time. Hamzat. He's just going to go in there and beat him up. He's ready. He's ready for the. I know you all seen him, and whatever they put in front of him, he's going to beat it up. So he's ready.
Obviously, you've known him for a while, but when he speaks, he always mentions, hey, you know, I got to train with a legend like Gustafsson and everything you did. And now he's very popular himself. What does it mean to you just that he shows you that respect as a friend and as a teammate?
It means a lot. I mean, like, that's what we are. We're friends, good friends, we're teammates, we're a family back at All Stars, so that's what we do. And we help each other to be better. He helps me a lot to keep staying fresh and young, because he tells me to train with that guy. So, that's what we do.
Going back to the Glover and Yuri fight, some people were saying that maybe surpass your fight with John Jones as one of the best fights at light heavyweight. What do you think about those comments?
Good. I mean, like, it was a very entertaining fight. Both guys went all in, and yeah, that's what happens when two guys go all in and fights for the belt.
And what do you think about John Jones going up to heavyweight now? And obviously, he's expected to perhaps return by the end of the year against maybe CK. What do you think about John Jones at heavyweight?
Well, let's see. What is done to the light heavyweight division, it's like something no one else has done, and you never know with John Jones, what he has under his sleeve. So it's going to be exciting to see what he brings to the table in the heavyweight division. But I'll be a fan for sure. I'll watch it.
And of course, you mentioned earlier about there being a new champion at light heavyweight. Does that give you a new perspective on your fight career versus how you felt when you hung up the gloves?
Well, I don't focus too much about the champ right now. I'm just focusing on to beat Nikita up, and that's my plan. And I need to get that W back and get back in there again. And that's my focus. So, and I beat Nikita up, and I beat perhaps someone else up, and back in the mix, so let's see what happens.
How do you see it playing out on Saturday?
With who? With me and Nikita? Yeah. Me beating him up. That's it. I think there's...
Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
What if it was for this? The next one I need to revisit the live and I was trying to get on to revisit the episodes after the weeks and about it and everything. Okay, right? That's what I want to go with. Okay.
Hey guys, we got Jai Herbert for you. Thank you so much.
Ugh, sparkling.
Hello
everyone, you alright?
Hi, just over here. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Second time back for UFC London, obviously. The last time didn't really go your way. How are you feeling going into this Saturday? New event, get to kind of do it over again. What are your feelings going into this Saturday?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling amazing. I'm glad I got another chance, you know, to get on the card. You know, it was a great atmosphere, great, you know, thing to be a part of. You know, from the weigh-ins on the Friday ceremonial weigh-ins, seeing all the fans cheering me on, and even on the day of the fight, cheering me on. You know, when I was there, it was like a great atmosphere, great thing to be a part of. So I'm happy to be here, man, and you know, I've come here to get the win. If I stick to my game plan, do me, I'll get the win. That's what I've got to do. I've got to go out there and look for it to get the victory, not chasing KOs, chasing big finishes. If I just go out there and go look for the win, then no one's touching me.
You know, when you look back at the last fight against Leo, you know, how do you reflect on that loss? What do you think maybe perhaps mistakes that you made?
Yeah, so the fight, man, I was bossing the fight everywhere, like, you know, in the striking, in the grappling, like he couldn't touch me, and I feel like it was like I was, you know, I took my after ball because it was like it was getting too easy for me. I don't know if that was it. I don't know. I took the after ball, second round, fair play to Ilya. He come out strong in the second round. You know, he'd been through all that adversity in the first round, but he still come out second, still like looking to win. And I think I took my after ball, you know, ended up going into his you know, staying in the pocket, went against the cage, you know, throwing combinations with my foot against the cage. I had nowhere to move, and he just done what he does best. When he gets you against the cage, he throws that body shot overhand, and he gets the finish, and that's what he done. But like, I think it was more me making a mistake than, you know, anything, because I feel like 9 times out of 10 I'll win that fight.
And then going into this Saturday, obviously you're going up against Carl Nelson, who, you know, he's been out since 2020, moving back to lightweight. What do you think about him as an opponent going into this Saturday?
Yeah, man, he's a solid opponent, good all around, you know. He looks like a strong guy, looks like he comes out fast, comes out strong, likes to throw heavy, looks like to wrestle as well, he will grapple. Yeah, man, he's a solid opponent, you know. That's what I've been preparing for, and I'm excited to test my skills against him.
And of course you train alongside Leon Edwards, and you also had Arnold Allen as well at the gym with you preparing. What's been the preparations like? What have the preparations been like in the run up to this fight?
Preparation's gone great, you know. I've had, like you say, Leon's been down there, and because he's in, you know, the champ camp, I've been alongside that, you know, and we've known like for a while now at the gym. He's had it, you know what I mean, before. I think, you know, most people knew. We knew a few weeks before, so we've already been in that camp, and that atmosphere in the gym has been amazing, you know. Everyone's there, like, they've all got to bring their game, you know, because we've all got to help, you know, help me and obviously help Leon, because they've got to be like on top form to push Leon, so he can be like the best he can be when it comes to the fight. So, and I've been in that camp, so it's just made me like, you know, I feel like I've come on loads. My striking, my grappling, and it's all due to that. So I'm just thankful that we're at the gym and we've got the teammates that I've got.
And does that make you proud, you know, not just you, but the rest of the guys there at the gym, to see Leon go on to fight for the title?
Yeah, 100%. You know, to see a guy like that who's, you know, come from the same type of backgrounds, you know, in the same kind of areas. Like, he's from Birmingham, from Wolverhampton, same kind of like I know, but even then he's come from like over from where he's come from in Kingston to Birmingham to, like, you know, to the UFC World Titles. You know, it's great to see, and he's just a normal guy like myself, you know, and it's great to see that someone like that can do it. It just gives me and all my other teammates, like, you know, gives us hope that we can do the same thing. But all we got to do is, like, you know, put the work in like he has.
Jai, your strength of schedule in the UFC has been nuts. For someone who's come in fresh into the UFC, 4 fights, Trinaldo, Moicano, Worthy, Taburia. I know the results haven't all gone your way, but you've been competitive in all 4 of those fights. So what have been the big takeaways for you looking at those first 4 fights so far in your career that set you up for this weekend?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I like, and I feel like I've learned, they're very experienced. I mean, I feel like the UFC guys, like, they don't just go away as easy. Like, they don't just go away as easy, and they're here to win. You know what I mean? They're here to like provide for the families to get better, you know, get better contracts, better living, chase like for the get their dream that they've been working for their whole life, the UFC title. So these guys are like serious guys. You know what I mean? And you know, they're in there to win, and they're very experienced as well. Little things that they do in the cage, like in the fight, like I haven't seen before, and now I've learnt that, and I've been thrown into the fire, you know, in the deep end. But I feel like it's given me, push me on loads, like give me loads of experience, and but I can just take from that and make myself a better fighter.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you join the UFC, I know as a UFC fighter, they normally pitch you in with someone of a similar experience level on the big stage. They give you Trinaldo, who's had an insane amount of fights. What was your reaction when they gave you him for your first fight in the UFC? And is that actually a positive, the fact that they see you can go in there and mix it up with a guy with that much experience?
I don't know, like, it was my first UFC fight in it, and I was just thinking, oh, this is what it is, innit? This is what it is. This is the UFC, innit? Like, what am I meant to do? Pick like the easiest fight, so I just got to fight, like, you know what I mean? Just got to scrap. But yeah, looking back at it, you know, it was probably like, wow, maybe that was a bit of a, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, it's like I say, it shows that the UFC obviously think something of me, you know what I mean? So listen, I just take from the experience from it, you know what I mean? I've been in there with these guys now, so whatever you put in front of me now, it's nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How much better of a fighter are you now compared to that guy who stepped in with Trinaldo?
I'm more experienced. I feel like I'll have more composure now. I realise that it's more about getting the win than, you know, trying to be flashy and get the big stoppages or whatever. Just, you know, going there. I'm a lot more smarter as well. My fight IQ's gone up. So yeah, man. That's what I've learnt from that fight. That's what I took from it.
Last one from me. What's it going to mean to you to walk out in front of the packed arena? They're all going to be behind you again, as they were last time. And a chance to put things right this time in front of the London crowd.
Yeah, man. It's going to mean, you know. But to be honest with you, I'm just thinking to myself, I ain't really thought about any of this. You know, I just want tunnel vision. I'm just going to walk out there. Ain't going to see nothing. I'm just going to see the cage, and I'm just going to. That's it. I'm not even going to see my opponent. It's like it's me against me. I'm going to get in there and do. When I do what I can do, I'm on form. And there's no stopping me.
No more questions?
Yeah, how do you see this fight going down? How do you predict yourself getting that victory?
I feel like I need to, you know, I'm going to come out, take my time, you know, cool, calm, composed. I feel like you'll come out fast, you'll try and push me against the cage, push me back. It's all about distance managing. I feel like this fight is, you know, I want it at long range. He wants to be inside, working inside, in the pocket. So it's all about distance control, and I'm going to get my control work. You know, I think the finish will come. But I'm prepared for 3 rounds. I feel like it's a blessing if I get 3 rounds. You know, to be honest with you, I'm like 3 rounds is there. I'm happy to get the 3 rounds.
All good? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Light heavyweight. Like to put like
No, but it's too long because it's near the
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't need.
And the description is going to say this.
Well, yeah, we can put UFC.
Okay.
It's fucking not on. What? They should be on alongside us. Fucking guy's not answering his phone or. Huh? Nah, he's yeah. It is. Yeah, but he's scheduled and he should be on fucking that end.
Wouldn't have it if I were you, absolutely.
Oh mate, wait till I speak to him, bruv. Wait till I speak to him.
He's mugging you off, really, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, he's sort of saying he doesn't care about you and doesn't care if you live or die.
Bruv, it's an insult.
I got Oscar stirring the pot.
I just think that if you're comfortable with another man making you look like a
Bruv,
bitch,
if I wasn't on when I was supposed to be on, he'd be fucking crying. So.
you leave Mike alone. You leave Mike alone.
You live Mike alone. I love it.
Fucking starving.
Me too.
Oh, what? What should we have for lunch, Harry? Let's talk to the people.
Do you need to jump in and throw in or something?
Yeah, if you want to just jump in and do
Yeah,
the
I would.
letters, that
Sure.
would broken kill it. And let me send you this.
Did you change? Oh, do you want me to change letter? Okay.
I didn't change it. I didn't change it because it's gone live for me.
We can't change it?
Nah, it's just not good on the
So no? But
You can change it in Minute Media if you want.
So you mean not
Just change it. I sent you the hashtags. See those? Just check those in.
What, this is also a hashtag?
Those. Why am I putting hashtags in? God, on Minute Media. Didn't make the hashtag.
Wait, can we delete that other live stream? Anyway, where did it go? Yeah, let me delete the other live stream, the one that we Yeah, that one.
We can.
Yeah. It's not wrong, but I think that one covers it right.
Alright guys, we got Paul Craig for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul, hold on.
Is this noise?
No, that's it.
Try to hold that one in.
Sorry, thanks.
Take it away.
Hello.
Hey Paul, how are you?
Good morning. Morning still.
Morning.
It's been a long day for you guys, isn't it?
Not really.
No.
It's kind of the start, yeah. You're taking on Volkan Ozdemir, who's lost his last couple. He's obviously had a very fast rise in the UFC. Do you feel like he's on any sort of decline, or what are your thoughts on Volkan right now?
No, you can't, because somebody's had a few losses in their sport, you can't say they're on a decline. It just his rise was a lot quicker. Like if you compare his rise to my rise, knocks out a few folk and gets that title shot, doesn't go his way, but he's still a dangerous opponent, so you can't rule him out, just be like, he's on this slip, you know, and Paul's in the rise. Just my journey was slightly bit different, you know, I ended up going through, like, it was a crazy journey, getting through where I started, and just being on the fringes of that top 50, not getting any closer, you know, fighting guys who weren't in the top 10, fighting guys who were new to the sport, and it was just felt like I was just grinding to try and get anywhere, whereas Ozdemir was just touching folk and getting up further and further and further. But no, you can't write him out. But I just believe it's my thing. I just believe that in life, there's moments that change your life, and this is going to be one of them for me. I'm 8, he's 9. I need this victory. I need to be making my way further up that ranking to get closer to that goal. That's ultimately what I want to do with this sport.
You've been often underestimated, but I feel like you've been getting the respect. Do you feel that as well? Do you feel like people have stopped kind of counting you out?
Yeah, I remember using the line saying I was like the Homer Simpson of the light heavyweight division. You know, when he starts boxing, he's getting knocked out, or these people are just wailing on him, and all of a sudden he would just push them over. I had like tipped myself that. I'd also tipped myself as like the gatekeeper for like the top 15. You know, I was a doorman. I was standing there outside the nightclubs, like, you can't get in. If you could beat me, you deserved to get in, and if you couldn't beat me, then you were out. For a long time, that's the guy I was. But now, I'm getting the recognition. People are like, right, Paul's got jiu-jitsu, and his stand-up's not too bad. You know, that was one of the things that I had to change in my head. Trying to be a stand-up fighter when it's not in your nature is very difficult. You can train it and you can get good at it, but what you need to do is you need to lean into what got you to the dance. Like if you're a goalkeeper and you decide, you know what, one day I'm just going to start playing left back in football. It doesn't work that way. You've got to actually train in these positions. So you're a keeper, just stay there. I'm a jiu-jitsu fighter, just stay there. Lie on my back and let guys fall into your triangle.
Well, that's a very honest assessment that you just said. I mean, going through that period, was that tough for you?
Yeah, it's like you need to find out who you are, and sometimes you need to be lying in Glasgow in the middle of the Oval Hydro, knocked out, to realise who you are. And that was like a point in my life where, why were you trying to stand up with a striker? Why were you trying to stand up with a dude who flings grenades? I should have taken him down and I should have subbed him. That's what got me to the UFC, and for some reason when I went to my second and my third fight in the UFC, I decided that I was like, no, I'm flying it there, watch me slip. Didn't work that way, watch me slip into a shot, get knocked out. Changed that, mindset changed. Now I'm a guy who's like, watch me take loads of punches, ride the storm and take you down, or you take me down and I sub you. That's what my game plan is now. Easier if they take me down, because then I don't actually have to work. So, ended it's out there was like, my jiu-jitsu's better than Paul Craig in the light heavyweight division, then take me down and save me like a couple of minutes to try and drag you from that.
That being said, are you kind of looking at it as a striker versus grappler matchup, and what do you make of Volkan's grappling?
You know, everybody in the top 10 is going to have amazing grappling. There's nobody that's going to have no jiu-jitsu in there. I find it unbelievable if you manage to get to the top 10 of any division without basic understanding of grappling. He's got a very, very good defence for his double leg, I know that, but when you get a guy who's overhooting me and just trying to pull you to the mat, I don't mind pulling guard. I've seen me doing it before, and I know I got a lot of stick for it. Originally got a lot of stick for people like Paul Craig's pulling guard in the UFC, what the hell? Now people are like, Paul Craig's pulling guard, yeah. But I believe my wrestling's slightly better than his. The way I remember playing a game with my kids, it's called Top Trumps. It's like, who's better, and he's slightly better than like is my striking as good as those years? Nah, he's potentially going to win that, right? He's probably a 10, I'm probably like a 3. So I'm not going to use that card. I'm not going to go striking Paul Craig. I believe my jiu-jitsu's better than his, probably a 10, he's like a 3, and then it's the same for my wrestling. I believe my wrestling's higher than his calibre of wrestling. Right, he's been training over at All Stars and he's trained with Aspinall over here, he's trained with all these guys. But his training partners do not have my style of jiu-jitsu. It's very, very hard to mimic, it's very, very hard to get somebody who's like me, who's built like a swimmer and has the attributes that I have. And it's like, for somebody to copy how it goes in your fights is so much easier. Walk forward, swing left, swing right, and look to knock you out. That's easy to mimic. When Ozenier's like, what I need you to do is I need you to mimic Paul Craig. What I need you to do is pull guard and work your ass off with your legs to try and choke me out. Not a lot of people can do that.
Thank you.
Cool. You mentioned that you've now kind of embraced your fighting style completely now, and you're not trying to be something that you're not. Was that defeat in Glasgow like the moment that really clicked for you, or is it something that sort of developed over the last few fights?
Yeah, Glasgow was definitely that moment of changing my life. Like, I remember going to fight Tyson Pedro 209 and having confidence in my stand-up. Like, this is crazy. Like, I was going in there thinking, right, a couple of jabs, a couple of crosses, a couple of slips. We'll see this out. We'll be in the MGM in no time, right? Didn't work that way. In the same in Glasgow, I had this in my head that I was going to strike. I was working with different striking coaches, was having confidence in my striking. Like, I have the ability to strike. It's not like it's non-existent. Just, you need to lean into what's good at, what you're good at. And Glasgow was that kind of thing where you're like, why didn't you just take him down? Why didn't you bring him into your expertise? Why would you fight somebody on their home turf, in their style of fighting? It doesn't make sense. And for me, I had to learn that the hard way, and it was getting knocked out.
Yeah, you mentioned the whole top trumps thing and like the skill discrepancy in terms of striking. You could flip that for the grappling.
Yes.
But every fight starts standing up, right? So the onus, I guess, is on you to get the fight to the mat, because Volkan probably isn't going to want to take it down there. So how do you go about bridging that gap and sort of getting to a point where his punches don't have the same leverage and can actually get him to the mat?
It comes down to watching his footage, watching how he moves. People don't change that much. If you watch my first fight to gun fights, people move the kind of same way. They don't develop massive amounts of skill over a short period of time. So he's still going to be doing the exact same thing. And I'm not saying what he's doing, because what he does, he's very specific in what he does, and he's very, very good at it. That's why he fought for the title. That's why he was fighting Cormier. That's why he's still in the mix. But watching his footage and drilling that stuff and drilling it and drilling it and drilling it, and it's like drilling make killers, and it's the famous Bruce Lee quote is like, I'm going to butcher it, it's like, don't fear the man that does 1,000 kicks once, fear the man that does one kick 1,000 times. And it just comes down to finding what you're going to do and just drilling it until it becomes your bread and butter, until it becomes your muscle memory, until it becomes, the minute you take a shot, you know exactly where you're going. And it's the same as jiu-jitsu, we do the exact same thing. We spend a long period of time learning our set, move, so then it becomes second nature to you, and I believe that's what I did for this camp. I know what he's going to do, he knows what I'm going to do, and it's like, right, who can employ the game plan the quickest?
Yeah, Volkan's got his knockout punch power. Your knockout is your triangle, right? That's your go-to, that's the thing that's got you so many wins in the UFC. Which one of those triangle finishes for you was the most satisfying? Was it the first, the one against Ankalaev, or was it the last one potentially against Krylov?
It's tough, because the one in London, that first time in London, was the fourth fight in my contract. It was the first contract I ever signed for the UFC. I'm coming off 2 losses, doubts in the head. I shouldn't be here. You're always doubting your abilities. I shouldn't be in the UFC. You're a guy from Scotland who's flipped his way to get here, and then the last second he just flips it again. And I remember standing up and just thinking, like, it changed my life. So for me, yeah, I think that's the guy. That has to be the guy. That's the moment that changed my life. I know I say Glasgow was the moment where I realised that I need to lean into my strengths, but that's the moment that's like, right, Paul, you deserve to be here. You just be the guy who got picked to be the next next big thing in the light heavyweight division. And even if you look at his rise now, like, he's an absolute stud. He's knocking people out, he's submitting people, well, he's not submitting people, he's knocking people out, and he's taking them to decisions. He didn't do that to me. Then he knocked me out, took some of his best shots, and I managed to still submit the Dagestani destroyer. And like, right now, there's rumours going about in Dagestan that, like, you know, the boogeyman is the bear Jew. Kids look under the bed, and that's their dad to look under. And the dad has to ask the mum to look under because the dads are shitting themselves. The like, is the bear Jew there? Because in Dagestani, like, I think I've taken 3 Russians at the moment, so I'm the boogeyman in there.
You're not going to tell us what bear Jew means, are you?
No.
Every time we ask you, you say no.
No.
Still keeping that one.
Look under the bed and maybe you'll...
Yeah. Final one, just sort of tying back to what you were saying there. You mentioned almost like that imposter syndrome that you had earlier on in your UFC career. Is that all in the bin now?
Yeah, it's always going to be there because you're always going to doubt your own abilities. And the only way to do it, the only way to like improve it is to constantly work with the best that you can get. Like training with Tom Aspinall, training with guys who are better grapplers and being able to survive these exchanges in boxing or boxing gyms, and that's only going to improve it because you're always going to be like, oh, am I good enough to be here? It's always going to be there. I imagine it's people who get really good jobs and they're like, I've kind of flunked myself into this, I shouldn't really be here. Like, there's always going to be times, it doesn't matter what sport you're doing or where you are in life, there's always going to be times where you're going to be doubting yourself. And I think it's a good thing to have. I think it's a thing that keeps you grounded. Whereas if you're so arrogant, you're like, no, I can't be touched in the world of work or in the world of sport, then that's where you're going to fall very hard.
Brilliant, thank you.
Obviously, it was
Sorry.
You know, a great night from last time, you know, in UFC London. How do you think it goes down again, you know, this weekend?
I know, on Saturday, I would love it to go the way of a triangle. Like, that would be 3 triangles in London. This is the first time I've fought here. That would just be the icing on the cake for me to beat another top 10 opponent with a triangle in London. And then that would be take maybe some I might be like the top 1 or 2 for the most triangles in the light heavyweight division. Like, all these kind of things are stuff that I want. I don't need money, I don't need fame, I don't need any of that kind of stuff. What I want is stuff like to be remembered for that last minute submission or that last second submission, to be remembered for like getting beat up and then coming back countless times, to be remembered for like just what I did in the sport, being the most triangles, being receiving the most knockouts, being whatever it is. I just want to be remembered around the sport. I want to look back in my career, and I want my kids and my family to look back in my career, my kids to look back and be like, my grandpa or my dad or whoever it was fought in the UFC, and this is what he did. And being part of that, like being put into the computer game was another one like moment in my life that changed, like amazing. Having my daughters beat me up and knock me out, that's what I do. Like go to your room, stop knocking me out. But like they knocked me out. I remember like they just released it, and within about 2 seconds I'd been already knocked out twice. And I'm like, at least give me a bit of chance. And they're going like heavyweights and just knock me out. So that kind of stuff, having like sports cards, the top trump cards, all this kind of stuff is just linked into like my legacy within this sport.
And you know, those kind of things, like the records, you know, setting highest records for triangles and things like that, does that mean more to you than perhaps the title?
Yes, I think so. I mean, the title will be amazing because you are in actual history. But all these kind of things, like, nobody remembers who was the champion before. Like, I know the champion now, I know the champion the last couple of times, so I'm actually watching them, like, I need to know who these are. The champions come and go. I would like to be in for moments rather than just having the title and then walking off into the sunset. For me, it's about all these moments, the last seconds, the getting beat up and coming back. They're worth more to me than that battle.
And what do you think about the new champion?
I think like watching this fight and watching Glover, a man at 42, like you're like, right, there's definitely scope, because I'm watching this thing, I would have finished that. I'd have finished that as well. probably when you've done that and ever finished that, and then it gives you confidence in your own abilities. But then watching fights, it gives you this, like, people do it all the time, like I'm out in restaurants with my family or in nightclubs and people come up to me like, I would have done this. And I'm doing the exact same right watching, I would have done this, you shouldn't have done that. So it's watching fights, it lowers you this false sense of security where you like, well, I would have just done this. I would have just done this and won the fight within 2 seconds. It's different, but it gives me confidence in my ability. Do I think he'll be the champion long? No, I think there's, as I said, I've got a lot of hope that Ankalaev takes that time, because I believe if he takes that time very, very soon, then I've got a rematch. Because he's only one loss in the record, and it's only me. So I hope he does it, I hope he takes it, because then it's an easier route to the final for me.
Hey, Jim from Sports, Keely here. Your 35th birthday is coming up in November. What does the future hold in your MMA career?
I know. 35 is my number, and it's been my number for a long time. And the reason it'd been my number for a long time was because I didn't think the body would hold up. I thought training day in, day out, putting the body through what I put it through, it wouldn't hold up. The body's an amazing thing. It just keeps going. So that number changed, and I believe we've got another 4 or 5 years left. And I know I say no, I need to leave at 35. I don't think there's ever been a fighter who's just left happily, like just left the sport and been like, I've still got more left in the time, but I'm just going to leave the sport. It doesn't happen. Fighters are fighters for a reason. They're going to fight the rest of their life. And we see right now, guys are coming out of retirement just to fight one last time. I'll just have one more. I'll just have one more. I'll just have one more. When my career will end is when my UFC contract stops coming. I've said this before, where I don't want to take damage for any less than the best. So for me, once the UFC contract stops ending, then it's time to walk away from the sport.
Oh, that's a great answer. Was light heavyweight the home for you? Because I imagine it's going to be harder to sustain from a diet for these guys in the future, correct?
Yeah. So we did think about, okay, you could probably move down weights and all this kind of stuff. I just think light heavyweight's where I'm at, is where I've got, right, I've not got the advantage of being the strongest, and I've not got the advantage to be the quickest. But what I've got is the advantage of dealing with guys who are muscly, guys who are very bullish and want to drop heavy mallets and prove themselves. Loads of bravado in the light heavyweight division to knock people out, and I believe that's where it should be. We did do like DEXA scans and all that kind of stuff to see if we could actually make the lower weight classes, and it's impossible. Carry too much weight and too my legs. There are a few people who are like, I'm mad. Oh, sorry, right. Sorry, this thing.
I remember you said that when we last spoke, you couldn't let your kids come to watch you fight.
Yep.
But now they're beating you up on the video game. Has your mindset changed on that?
No, you know, as I said, it doesn't matter. If you 100% know you're going to win, even then, you can't bring your kids there. They don't have the option to decide yes or no, because if you say, oh, you want to come to fight, they're going to say yes. But in that moment, you see your dad getting punched in the face, like, that's horrible. I couldn't imagine watching my dad. Like, I would love to see my dad in his 50s, maybe he's like 60s, sorry, going out and dusting folk in the street. I think it'd be brilliant. But there's always that chance that he doesn't get the victory. So for me, you can't put your kids through that. They're young, especially girls. I've got this, like, I'm softer because of the girls. I think I'd be a lot tougher if I was a boy. I'd be like, you're not man, I'll just die. Like, maybe hit me. No, I wouldn't. No, this guy's killing it. But no, I'm softer because of the girls, and I try and protect them as much as I can for what I do as a sport. I feel bad sometimes because people come up to me and they take time. I was at a gig recently, and I was standing there with my daughter, and it was really busy, and this guy just came up and he's absolutely sloshed, and he's like, use that picture, like, it's a classic way some guys got me asked for a picture. Use that picture. I was like, 2 minutes, so I saved my daughter, stand there and I get a picture. The guy, put your daughter in the picture. I was like, no, you didn't even get a picture now, Mike, because you're just making an absolute ass of yourself. And that's like, I feel bad because my daughter's never asked to be involved in that. And I think that's the same as every like, I'm not saying I'm a celebrity, but any sort of athlete, celebrity, they don't want their kids involved in it. But it's, they need to be involved in it, and I feel bad because, as I say, it's not their choice, it's my choice to bring them in here. So if I keep them away from it as much as possible, then I will. And I've said this before, one of the biggest things I hate about being a fighter is what other kids will say to my kids about their dad being a fighter. The classic one is be, "I'm not your dad." That's like, I imagine my kids hear that every single day. I'm like, "Wow, I'm not your dad." And it'll be hard for them. So I try and keep away from it as much as possible.
Paul, what would your advice be to Darren Till? Obviously, he's saying that he's going to his Tyson Fury moment. You've been through adversity as well. What would your advice be to him?
You know, Dan Till's going to be a millionaire for the rest of his life. He's got the skill, he's got the chat, he's got everything. He's going to come back, and he's going to come back in a big way. Same as most fighters who have the skill of being able to knock people out. His striking is superb, and he was flattening people and then getting the ability to rise quickly in these divisions, have that title shot. It's just a matter of time before the same thing happens again, because a guy like Dan Till has always got that skill set of being an outstanding striker. Not only this, excuse me, Dan Till's grappling is superb, his wrestling is grappling. Like, Dan Till is an amazing fighter.
Is it a lonely place though when a fighter goes through something like that? Obviously when you lost in Glasgow, how lonely is that for a fighter?
Yeah, it's horrible. Pulling out food, it stinks. I became one of the people. So it's all these sacrifices, and then somebody's trying to say, you know, it's fine. You'll come back and you'll be alright. It's not as simple as that. You've got to go through the emotional state of grief and all this kind of stuff that goes on with grief.
That's all the time we have, guys. Thank you very much.
You're a free man. Thank you, Paul. I'll text you later about tomorrow morning. Thanks. Cool. Now that we've got Nikita, right now, Nikita, please walk up there. Edgar, I'll have you here. You want to come in?
Hello,
I'm gonna
guys.
close the doors. Cool.
Hey Nikita. Hey. Obviously last time out in London it didn't go your way. How quickly did it take you to process that result, move on from it, and then get yourself ready for this one?
Как быстро тебе прошло, чтобы еще раз прийти здесь?
Okay, I try English. If you not understand, say me and he translate. After my last fight, I want to try fight very fast because I have good condition before my last fight, but not good fight. When I come back in home, I say my manager give me fight very quickly, and Mick Minor give me first is Jacoby. I say okay, but Jacoby not want fight with me, and maybe 1 week after he give me Alex Gustafsson. I say it's great fight for me. I want fight with him, and I not stop training with my camp, and when I come back I started new camp, go in mountains, 2 months camp in Kislovodsk. It's medium mountains, 900 height, and now I think I'm really in great condition and want show you my best fight in Saturday.
And what do you make of the matchup with Alex Gustafsson? Obviously he was right up there previously, fought for the title. Now he's making a comeback at light heavyweight. He had a little trip to heavyweight, didn't go well for him. Now he's back at light heavyweight. How big for your career would a win over Alex Gustafsson be?
It's a really big name for my career, and when I only started training in 10 years ago, he fight with John Jones. He have a really great fight, and now it's I think it's biggest name in my career, and his last fight not good, but I think he come back and won't show good fight, and I'm ready watch Alex in his best condition and I want fight with best Alex.
Brilliant. And last one from me. How do you see yourself getting the win over Alex on Saturday night?
I think I have many cases for the win, and if I can show my game plan, I think all be good. He good striker. I'm my background is striking too, and I think it's a great fight for the fans. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. You understand me? It's normal. Very good.
And Nikita, coming off of 2 losses, do you feel any pressure to have to get back into that win column on Saturday?
2 razy przegrałem i dobyliście te nagrosty na dzisiejszą.
Yeah, sure, it's not good for me. I have 3 fight of 3 years. I have some trouble with my body. When I fight with Magomed Ankalaev, I have cyst in my shoulders, and all guys in my camp say me you cannot fight with him, but I won't go, and after fight I do operation, after I'm have rehabilitation, and now I think I have really good condition, and I not think about my last fight, my loss. I want give for you, for all fans, good fight, good show, and I do all what I can for you be happy, and I be happy too.
Do you think that will make a big difference to your performance going into Saturday, given that you are 100% healthy?
И думаешь, это сделает большую разницу, и 100% дашь, что с тебе? Большой разница это будет, что ты сделаешь, и дашь все.
Yeah, I think now I feel my body is healthy. I have really good condition, great camp, and I change many technique in my fight camp and my mind, and I think it's the great steps in my career if I can win this fight.
And last one from me, obviously this is Alex's return back to light heavyweight since his retirement. What do you think you can expect to see from him on Saturday, and how do you plan on getting the victory?
My plan is move and do hard strike. I'm ready for all, really. My key for the win, it's my leg. I think when you fight with boxer, you must do more leg move and leg strike. That's why if I can do it, you watch great show.
Any more? No. That's it.
Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you, guys. Do it all time. Thank you.
Really helpful. Yeah, that's it.
Just say lunch is ready, guys, so feel free to dig into that.
Is it? Right, I'm off.
How long do we have until the next?
I'll just double check that. Just
in case.
It'll be at least, yeah, it'll be 20 minutes, half an hour. We'll keep you guys posted though. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, get them food.
Yeah, I know. There's a good selection for that one.
it from here.
just we're expecting Mason in about 5 minutes or so, might be slightly longer, but just give you guys a thumbs up.
Who? Sorry?
Mason.
Mason Jones. He comes in, just press that red button, just go to the tool.
Which button? This one. Okay.
And just make sure the screen is on.
I'm sure you guys are aware, but we're bringing Mason in 2 minutes, Mason Jones. So time.
Training anyway. Hey, look at good name. Thank you, buddy.
Probably go against mine.
Yeah. You've got a goal of that, yeah, some big smell.
Yeah, but I should have I should have done what I had to say, like I can't get back. I started off like slow. Night take. Maybe 2 days like a wrapping up now.
I said that. Yeah, so you told little people.
She went to ask him, like, you know, we get it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I was, I've been told a few people, actually, I don't want to I wasn't playing anything on the stage, over hand.
I didn't need to be there, but really, yeah, so seeing that lunch out there, it's really myself. Yeah, just to down now. So, yeah. You probably have trust. Oh, I know, man, trust me. But,
Paul Craig's in there, so if you want to put in the saves.
Afternoon.
Hi Mason, how are you? You've had kind of mixed results throughout your UFC career. First, the amazing fight with Mike Davis, the no contest, and then finally your first octagon win. Just tell me what your thoughts are on the way your UFC career has played out so far.
Well, call it an egg. I've had terrible fights so far. My Mike Davis fight of the night, good performance. But I was off pace, made mistakes leading up to it in my preparation, different things. I lost a decision that was very close. I know I had a lot of people saying it could have gone either way, different things, but I lost. My second fight against Patrick, obviously I battered him for the 1.5 rounds it was. That guy is just not talking about it. But yeah, that was another one, should have been a win. And then my third fight, let's just say I was struggling with a lot of things in that fight. It was one of the things where I got the fight done and I got through it, and then I've been recovering off it since. So I'm back, I'm healthy, I'm fit, and I feel dangerous. And finally overcome my teething problems, and I'm going to settle in, and yeah, it's a good place to do it. We're in London, which is something I've wanted to do for a long time. I'm fighting in front of a crowd. There's a few people coming from home, and I know I got a little support behind me. I got a tough opponent, and yeah, we're the prelims, top of the prelims. So it's a perfect time to shine, perfect time to make that statement and show people exactly who I am.
I know you just said let's not talk about it when it comes to Alan Patrick, but are you past that? I know you wanted to like run it back with him, but are you past that fight? Is it behind you now?
If he's not been cut yet, then I'll run it back with him tomorrow. I'll run it back the day after I fight this guy. Honestly, I'm happy to put that guy. I'm retiring any time that the UFC wants to make that fight. But after his last performance, the way he pulled up my fight and then the fight against me, I can't see how the UFC still signed him. If he hasn't been cut yet, then I'll happily be his last fight in the UFC.
And you get Ludovic Klein, late addition to the card. How long have you known about this fight?
Thursday.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I think that most of the media actually knew before I did. My manager messaged me while I was on the plane, so a little bit spotty, and he was like, "Oh, they found your guy," and I was like, "Mint." He was like, "I'll send you the footage." I was like, "Oh yeah, well," I was like, "I'm gonna say yes." He said, "You're saying yes anyway." He's like, "We're on." I was like, "Yeah, we've been waiting long enough." So I know I was looking at the UFC card for London. 15, 40 weeks ago, I knew that I had placed in a card for like 13 weeks out, and they had so many problems matching me for different things, tax purposes, a lot of the US fighters and different things, and we stuck the course. I pushed through a solid training camp, and yeah, we got rewarded.
You said you had to kind of look at footage. How familiar were you with Ludovic?
I never looked at him before, but his style fits mine. I've been training with southpaws mainly out in Team Alpha Male. My training partner literally fights Friday before me, it's on Saturday. So I'm prepared, I feel dangerous. I train my high level strikers every day, I train my high level wrestlers every day. I'm more than prepared for this fight. Ludovic's style is very good, but I just think there's ways to counter what he does, and as long as I'm smart with it, I'm mobile on my feet, and I don't get into a stupid fight, which that's the thing with me, I do love to get into a bloodbath. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping to come out of this fight without any new scars, but it's going to be a fun one.
Thank you.
Mason, I know you said it was a short notice call, but was the plan for you always to be on this card, or is this
13 weeks. 13 weeks I pushed this card. To be fair, the last 2 weeks we were starting to get a little bit stressed because I bought 50 tickets for people back home and my family, different things. Like it had already been gone through because my medals were all done for this card and everything was ready. And obviously we were preparing for this all the way through. My cut had been for this. The PI had been helping me for my weight cut for the last 9 weeks, and all in regards to London. So it was starting to get a little bit spotty, but I held the course, stayed patient, and yeah, like I said, it all planned out.
Okay, so it's a short notice opponent, but not a short notice fight. That's just
No, 100%. Yeah, short notice opponent, but I'm full camp, no excuses.
Perfect. And going back to the previous fight against David Anama, who has gone on and had a couple of big wins since.
Massive wins.
Break down the challenges that you were having in that fight, if you can, for us, and explain how you're sort of free of that going into this one.
So, I was meant to fight against Alan Patrick. We was looking at an earlier date. I did 8 or 9 weeks of camp. Then they pushed the fight back by 10 weeks, so I ended up doing 19 weeks of camp. On top of the fact I rolled through from the first fight against Alan, it was just literally that I had problems. I had injuries moving into it, injuries that sort of happened in the fight as well. I had the flu, and I also had a problem with my sternum, where my rib was literally moving all the time. So I went that fight against a high-level striker, high-level guy, and was good for about 6 shots. I think I landed 6 clean shots in him, and then literally gassed in a way I've never gassed before. I dug deep, fought in the trenches, dragged him down, made the fight dirty, and I won. It was a boring fight for the two of us, I think. It's not a fight I usually like to fight. I like the high pace, I like the high exciting, and it was decent, but I mainly just out-wrestled the guy, controlled him, worked towards the finish, but he was strong and I was in a bad place. But we're all recovered from that. I had a bit of surgery over December, got some problems sorted that had been niggling at me, had a lot of physio, and my camp's been solid, very, very solid. I think this is one of the best I've ever felt. So yeah, I really, really can't wait.
So given that we're 3 fights in now, you sort of
Teething problems. Yeah, I need to make a statement. Like I come in Abu Dhabi with the champ status hanging on my back, a bit of momentum, and then I stalled, and then I went into the Alan Patrick fight with a bit of momentum that was still hanging around, and then Alan robbed me of that, and then obviously I went into the Onama fight with no momentum, and sort of started to generate a little bit. So now this is the perfect place, the perfect time, the perfect part of the card to make a statement. This is where I can start building my legacy again, and this is where I can start telling people who I am, and yeah, we can start rolling with it.
You mentioned that you've got this tendency to get involved in a bloodbath or two. Is that something that you're trying to sort of back away from and be more considered, or are you embracing that?
No, I love a stand-up war. I land a fight. I love a fight. I don't go in there with the intentions of just doing the minimum. I like to go in there and I like to get into a fight. Like obviously looking at Ludwig's record, people will be like, oh, you're going to go in, take him down, try and sub him. I'm just like, well, no. I'm going to go in there, I'm going to bangle him for a little bit, I'm going to play it out, and if I need to, I'll take him down and sub him. I'm not worried. I think I can outstrike him. I think my striking's better. I think my game plan's better. I think I'm better at wrestling. I think my jiu-jitsu's better. Like people forget, I've been doing kickboxing since I was 6. I've been doing jiu-jitsu since I was 12. I've been doing judo since I was 11. I've been boxing at a high level since I was 16, 17. I've been doing Thai since I was 14. Like I'm 27. It's been a career. November will be 20 years I've been involved in fighting sports. I've done a lifetime, and I'm still fresh, I'm still healthy. And all that's left to do, like I said, is to start improving and keep improving. Like I'm the greatest fighter on this planet in my own head. All I've got to do is I've got to set the record, and I've got to start proving that I am. And every single fight I get better, every single fight I improve, and every single fight I'm going to put away better and better people.
Last one from me. You mentioned all of that experience you picked up from an early age. What's your most likely method of victory on Saturday night?
I want a knockout. I want a picturesque knockout, like same as everyone does. But he's tough. Ludwig's been in the wars. He's a high-level striker. He's powerful, and he's got some nasty head kicks. I'm gonna strike with him. I am. I'm gonna try and pick him apart his feet. So let's go with the TKO.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Other questions? Cool.
Thank you very much.
Alright guys, we have Mohammed Mukaya for you. Sure, or wherever you want.
Hi Mo, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Your UFC debut was an incredible performance, and then now you fight a guy who's a newcomer. Was it a bit anticlimactic for you? Were you hoping to get somebody in the rankings or something like that?
I couldn't get anybody in the rankings. I don't think anyone accepted it, because I'm an ranked fighter, And Charles is a good opponent, LFA champion, like UFC Fight Night, and it's good guy to beat.
And there's been a lot of kind of trash talk between the two of you. You have a tendency of kind of building your fights with your opponents, getting people to get excited. But is this kind of just regular trash talk, or is it personal with him?
Not really. I just posted a picture with AK-47 on Twitter, and the guy got too emotional. I didn't know fighters could get emotional with this. You know, we're Armenians, we like cars, guns, and stuff like this. You know, it's nothing that I'm gonna shoot him in London. The gun in the States, in Dagestan. I'm here with my knuckles.
Have you ran into him at all?
Yes, I have seen him, and he's like, he's seen me, but didn't say anything. So I told him keep same energy, keep same like stupid jokes on Twitter. You know?
Let's go back to your UFC debut. I spoke to you before you got signed to the UFC, and you were talking about turning down the Contender Series, and a lot of people thought you were crazy, right? But then you said, I deserve a direct crowd. I want to fight in London. You kind of manifested everything. So how did it feel to kind of just go through that moment, getting that quick finish, and you know, bursting onto the scene?
I always believed that I did amazing amateur career. I'm not like I'm not talking because I'm some cocky guy, but by results I've done this, and I wasn't the guy to get on Contender Series. I deserved straight road to UFC. The big hype and the skills behind the hype too, not just like I'm the best in let me fight, you know. But it's good that they give me a chance to fight on UFC straight before the Contender Series.
Thank you.
How do you top that performance from your UFC debut? I mean, that couldn't have gone much better for you, right?
Amazing. First, I want to show myself more. I had amazing camp. But this fight, I try to show myself more, so people don't think it's a hype. They want to see my skills. Those people that didn't see me fighting were brave, and I'm off since.
And you mentioned IMAF there. You're fresh new in the UFC, just one fight in the UFC. You've got a wealth of experience fighting in IMAFs and in elite level competition in the amateurs. Can you explain to everybody here just how valuable that experience is? That you're carrying all of that experience into the octagon in the UFC?
I don't think you can compare this experience to anything else, especially like a lot of MMA fighters, they're fighting nobodies, maybe like 10-0, like when they face somebody who had amateur career. It's like boxing, you know, like Anthony Joshua doing good in professional career because he competed in amateur world. Lomachenko competed in amateur, so I think MMA is you have to start somewhere before jumping to professional, and the slower you build, the stronger you will be, I think.
Now, when you came into the UFC, you had a name ready. You know, you wanted Cody Durden, you called him out, you got the fight, and then you picked up the win. You just said now that you have problems getting an opponent for this one. If you get the win on Saturday night, you have another name ready so that you're able to make that progression and you sort of make it happen for yourself.
Jeff Molina, rank 15 now. Tim Elliott, I know Tim Elliott doesn't turn fight down. Last time I called him out, and I didn't know he had opponent. And now he's free. I'm free for October, November, Madison Square Garden, Abu Dhabi, October. So whatever date he is free, I'm free too. So I think this is good opponents. There's Match Schnell, which beat my good neighbor Sue. Yeah. Cool. Thanks a lot.
I'll just say, you know, you fought all over the world, you know, in amateurs. Were you know, what did you think about coming back to London this one?
I think you've seen yourself in March. I think it was best event I have ever been. I have attended UFC London in 2016 when Michael Bisping fought against Anderson Silva and my friend Rustam Khadilov from Norman Park, and it was similar, but I think March was an amazing event. I think this one will be even better. So I'm looking forward to it.
And have things changed for you? Obviously, I know you're a well-decorated fighter. You know, this was your UFC debut. Has anything changed for you since March?
a lot of attention, but that's why I went to American top team in America, stay in the gym, live without distractions, and stay focused, because my goal is not far.
And is it true, I think I saw Wayne Rooney and Anthony Joshua reach out to you after your fight and give some comments to you, is that right?
That's right, and Donald Trump Jr. too.
What did it mean to you to get, you know, that kind of acknowledgement from those kind of icons?
It's normal. I think it's normal. You know, when they're up there like legends, they see it's not easy work, and they respect the up-and-coming fighters.
And you know, with Charles Johnson, is there anything, you know, obviously he's a former LFA champion, is there anything that stands out to you about him?
He's okay striker, good cardio, but he never faced wrestler in the grappler. He has faced strikers, and striking I think easier than in the grappling and wrestling sessions, I think.
And obviously with that being said, how do you see it playing out?
I believe round 2 finish, just take his soul out and finish him.
Just down to your right here. Sorry for your answers, I just had at the start. I believe you turn 22 next week, is it?
Yes, that's right.
So that means, obviously, we spoke about you becoming the youngest champion. Realistically, if you wanted to beat John Jones' record, it would be a year from now. Is that something that you think is realistic?
It will be 2024, end of the March. So I think I will fight for the title in UK again. So 2024, I've got pretty much time.
And you spoke there about going to Bisping's fight in 2016. Obviously, you're here a few months ago, you're here again. You know, it's 6 years on from you watching the crowds, and now one could argue that you're one of the stars of the show. So what does it mean being in that same arena 6 years later? That's something that you knew when you went to Bisping's fight?
Some of what I knew?
Is it like when you watched Bisping against Silva in 2016, did you kind of envision yourself being in the cage?
Yes, of course. Of course. I think Stefan Struve also posted. I have told him I will be there soon, and I think he posted this after UFC London. I believe, and I just imagine myself there. I don't. At the moment, for me, it's all normal. It's a cage, opponent, arena. I've been there already, so it's nothing too exciting.
And you spoke there about training in ATT, and you're actually training with Cody. Is there any particular fighters that you were coached at by ATT that really gave you some good advice over there in Florida?
Coach?
Yeah, anyone in American top team that really helped you out? I know you were training with Jorge Masvidal, doing wrestling with him, and I think you said that when he'd come in, he'd obviously watch you like spar, and the times kind of went together. He'd always see you spar. So how was your time at American top team?
Amazing, to be honest. Like Mike Brown, like Tarupa, like there's a lot of coaches on the mats. I really enjoyed the time over there, and Dan Lambert, he comes to the gym, watches training clothes, the owner. It's amazing. And the previous camp I had in Bahrain, which if I fight in Abu Dhabi, I'm gonna do a camp in Bahrain again at KHK team. Yeah.
And just one more, it's a bit of a different one. I saw on Twitter the other day, someone was asking, all the fighters on this card, a lot, obviously have English flags. You actually have the Great Britain flag. Is that something that you asked for, or did the UFC just give you, the Great Britain flag?
I didn't born in England, so for me, I hold British passport, right? So for me, I represent whole UK. I don't play this like I'm Welsh, English, all this. Just represent the whole Britain, I don't care about all this stuff.
Awesome, thank you.
All good? Perfect, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
You enjoy them,
Yeah.
He's already got name for his. He's already got call out, isn't he? Oh, sorry, what were you asking me? Title? He's already got. Did he reel off 3 names? Did he? I don't know. I really don't know. Just put anything in. If Mike doesn't like it, we'll change it. Check the audio and the videos. Let me know if they're okay. The videos that we have uploaded.
So,
Yeah. Good. Yep. Full volume. Is that? Where have you got it? There. Okay. And it sounds good.
Yeah.
It's because just Anger sent me something that freaked me out, and I don't know what he means. It hit me up. It was like, man, can you hear, bro? Maybe.
Curves, jab, padding, molly, Vulcan, pound and gold. Why?
She's got, I think it's the but I did say she's like the female version of you, you know the one that got cut recently that looked like Mike Bond?
Oh yeah, I didn't really want to do that.
Even if it was July,
John agrees. I mentioned it, but Hannah Goldie was there, Oscar Willis. He was like, fuck man.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think. They probably already sell out. Yeah.
UFC
need it. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Even if it was like July. It's weird. Yeah.
He says that the atmosphere is not good enough for the stadium. But I don't know, like he's never been to a stadium here, like Wembley obviously. He says in an arena you get a better atmosphere. Because big place is not like
They just wouldn't sell out.
No, they wouldn't.
You need a very
like,
special
you couldn't
card.
do Tottenham, but I reckon if you do Anfield, I reckon if you did Darren and he'd sell out.
Yeah.
They sold out.
What was the last stadium?
It's just autopilot.
No, they've done
But yeah,
one and two.
I know that you're actively doing it, so I'll stop doing it. Because I see you doing other things, I just don't want to ruin your flow, but yeah, this is what you should be doing. Anyway, like, you know, it's all good, thanks. I don't know what's happened to Mike, I hope he's okay.
It makes you up money
Yeah, so they always come and say they've made $5 million.
They come and get a record every time.
They won't be able to sell the tickets as much at stadium, will they?
Exactly.
On the stage, we've got Jack here for you guys.
I enjoyed that. I thought another bit.
Yeah, honestly, mate, no good.
Everyone in here went.
Yes.
Not the opponent you were expecting this weekend. Obviously, you were supposed to face Darren Till. You've got Chris Curtis stepping in. What was your initial reaction when you heard that Darren Till was out of this fight?
Well, I kind of anticipated it through the whole camp. I don't know why I just had a bad feeling about it. Maybe because the first time I wanted to fight him, he declined the fight. Second time, he pulled from the fight. Third time, you know, he didn't even announce the fight himself. Couldn't see any sign of him fighting. and it just gave me a bad feeling about it. So I kind of had it with me through the whole camp, and to be honest, I wasn't surprised.
And you've had this before, you know, last moment change of opponents and not knowing who you're going to be fighting. Is that something that you just kind of, you know, how to deal with now?
Yeah, it's a big part of the MMA game. It happens all the time, and you just need to be ready for anything.
So what do you think of Chris Curtis as your new opponent?
Chris is a great opponent. He has a lot of experience, a lot of fights, a lot of wins, heavy hands. Won all his fights in the UFC, 8-fight win streak. So I think he's as good as it gets. He's just like one of those guys trying to climb into the rankings now, and yeah, he's right up there. He's a great opponent.
And we saw you training with Hamzat Shemaya. How did that come about?
He just showed up on the doorstep. And that's the truth. I'm always first at the gym, opening up in the morning. So I was going to the gym, and then like 50 meters away, man, that looks like concept, you know. I'm sure it was, you know, and I didn't ask too much about it, to be honest. I was just happy to get another high quality training opponent, training partner. So yeah, I just opened the doors for him, and we trained for a week.
So you had no idea that he was going to show up?
No idea.
And what was it like training with someone like him? I know obviously you've had a grappling match with him before. What was it like getting to train with him?
I have been training with him before as well. So yeah, he gets better actually every time I train with him. So he's a solid training partner. Yeah, everybody knows it. He's a great fighter. So that was he helped me with some great training.
And just last one from me, obviously he's had a fight announced now with Nate Diaz. How do you think he gets that done?
I think he gets it done, for sure. You know, I really respect Nate and everything he has done, but I feel like he's getting thrown to the wolf now, literally.
Thank you.
Jack. Hi. Was there ever any consideration to not taking the fight with Chris, given that it's short notice? You mentioned he's on a good win streak, but he's unranked, so the upside for you is pretty small. Whereas if you were fighting a big name in the division like Darren, obviously there's much more upside for you. So was there ever a consideration for maybe not taking his fight and holding back and seeing if you can get a bigger fight further down the line?
Not really, but immediately when Darren pulled, obviously I asked UFC for a ranked opponent and checked out who is available. They didn't have a ranked opponent for me, so they said we have Chris Curtis, and I said yes, because too much preparations, too much training. I really need to use that for something and to stay active and to fight. So when there was no other options, I accepted the fight.
Break down how different Chris is as an opponent compared to Darren, and how you need to sort of just change your approach to the fight in order to deal with him.
Yeah, I feel like Darren is more of a sharpshooter, you know. Both are southpaw, so that's good, all the preparations going into that. Darren has better straight punches, and Chris has better hooks and great body shots, and a different boxing style, even though both of them do a lot of boxing. So yeah, they have some similarities, but some differences as well. Darren has, yeah, he's a little bit taller, and so there's a few things, but yeah, I feel like I know how to handle both styles.
I think you've alternated wins and losses over the last 6, but the middleweight division is absolutely wide open right now, and I know they're looking for challenges to take on Izzy at the top of the division. Obviously, it looks like Alex Pereira will be next. What will you need to do in order to position yourself? Is it just a case of just getting a bit more consistency, picking up some back-to-back wins? Is that the main aim for you right now?
Yeah, I think that's it. Putting a win streak together, and I should be right up there again.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Jack. Were you at any time suspicious about Hamzat coming to train with you, since obviously he's, best friends with Darren?
No, it's hard to not think a little bit about it, and you know, I haven't. Everybody that I speak to, you know, has their own theory, and some guys are just like, man, he was there, and then, you know, he saw the shape you were in. He told Darren, fuck this, Darren, you know, don't do this, you know, if you have an injury, this is not the time to fight Jack. So he kind of tested the water. Another one is obviously that he knew that Darren was injured and he wasn't gonna take the fight, and he just wanted to get some training in himself. Or he just doesn't care, you know, and just took the opportunity to go and train. Either way is fine. I don't care.
I also want to ask you about some of the big fights we just saw in the division and coming up. What was your thoughts on Alex Pereira's performance against Sean Strickland?
Yeah, that's, you know, he has the touch of death, and usually, you know, Strickland can be a really hard, tricky person to hit. But if Pereira touches you with that left hook, it's a good night for about everybody. And as we saw, there was no difference in the Strickland fight. So it really showed everybody that they have to be aware of for that the left hook.
And how do you see that fight between Alex and Adesanya?
I feel like Adesanya has a more better style suited to MMA, and I think it's going to be hard for Pereira with the distance, the footwork, and you know, the small gloves and everything like that. So I feel like Adesanya is gonna hit him more, but as we know, there's, you know, he only needs one, and that might be enough. So the chance for a knockout is always there.
Thank you.
Okay. All good?
Thank you, guys.
And the videos are on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right.
Someone just tagged me in that. Fucking look at me like that. Look.
Zip and jack me. I was like, what?
Yeah.
It's okay, we go back, way back.
Yeah, I do take the back.
They're having trouble with the souls of this guy.
It's like Pitbull.
Bruv, I was just about to say the same thing. When I took the screenshots out.
Yeah.
Daddy!
Mr. 305. Was it Mr. Worldwide?
I think it's both actually. You know what? I'm sure he's going to get booed, yeah. But I feel like more fans will be annoyed that he questioned how drunk they can be than the fighting Paddy. I feel like all the comment, like literally comments, be like, "Oh fucking idiot! I'll show him."
They're mostly Connor or Adrian and Paddy's obviously well as well.
One of the guys I work with amazing. Just like
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it.
He the other day that we're trying to work out what story we work on. He said
Yeah, I know. I'll go to ours and I send you good stories sometimes. It's like, sorry, picture on Instagram is going to take you precedence.
Your insight.
What do you think I thought about 5 years ago? You've done fair enough. So back next month in progress.
We should bear knuckle boxing in London.
Next August.
It was in same night as Joshua.
Same night as PFL and same night as isn't it? It's 4 events on one night. It's wild.
Is that Joshua on the 20th?
Yeah. So is PFL London and so is BKFC.
What a smart move by BKFC to go.
Do you know what's even dumber? PFL's whole thing is they go on Friday nights. So the one day they're not doing it, it's on Saturday. And it's like, it's silly. How often do we get fights in London?
Also, if you were BKFC, would you want press conference for my period?
Yeah, they did one few weeks ago, didn't they?
Yeah.
Weeks ago.
Well, they're
So-
all in
so
Vegas
far
against the fight week.
Huh?
They did the press conference.
Nah, mate, I think I'm one more
Yeah.
because I'm a boss tomorrow. You can see the boss. I was in first time I saw Oscar. I was like, Colby National fight. I was in Vegas. So I went to that. That was good.
Which one? The Askren one?
No, Colby National.
Was that the same week they did the Halle Berry?
Yeah. You remember that?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically,
I could have been a fighter.
Yeah, it was Halle Berry.
Yeah, you should have had it.
We did a film with and all the media hunts that are like.
It was an open bar though.
It was, yeah.
I was enjoying that.
Tuesday on the page.
We could hear.
So that's when I just make I let people know where I want. Yeah, so sometimes it's on the weekend.
How long are you here for?
Tuesday, I think.
Yeah,
oh, really?
soon.
Oh, no. Stuff like that. Ian Gary is the last one.
No. I was talking to my brother and sort of said I said we can do it in a way where like we can actually versus sports watching.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Then I'll do it. But in the end, I think we didn't have a budget for it anyway. So I don't know what the next.
I remember AJ came out. He was like, "Oh, I don't know what."
Online, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing.
It's like they've always treated me well. I'm like,
Well, this is it.
I lose.
Yeah.
At least
funny
there,
that
wasn't there one golfer who was like, yeah, I just want money.
Yeah.
Like,
That was the best answer though. It was like at least someone is being honest.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It wasn't Mickelson, was it?
He was just like, you know, like, I've got a small window to make as much money.
Yeah, at least be honest.
This is a good God sent me to my career.
AJ's like, nah, I don't really know that. It's a cheap meal.
Pretty right. Gesture a lot.
Yeah, cover that a little bit.
That's what I sort of said. I said I don't know. I can't cover that. But in the end, it wasn't the budget for it anyway. My boss was like, I'm really going, but hopefully the next week. But I don't really know what, because I normally don't finish for a lot. I'm like, I'll hold off until something like a really big fight. Yeah. If my back's on it. Yeah. But it's like stuff like Junkie. Yeah, it's probably borderline for us. Yeah, I know, right?
It's alright, I went there.
It's always there,
I think I offer next. Why does Fury keep saying he's going to 2 weeks ago?
Well, it changes day to day, doesn't it?
I remember once that Tyson called him down in front of reporters and I asked him 3 questions and then the woman next to me asked me the exact same 2 questions and deliberately gave the complete opposite of what he just told me. So I said to him, like, oh, you know, apparently an ex-alcoholic and drug addict, like, he's been training in Vegas, been tough for you. He's like, no, I've been training with Shaolin monks and all this sort of shit. And then she went and was training in Vegas and he's like, I've been out drinking every single night, not stopped since I got here. Like, it's literally just like,
he just contradicts himself.
Yeah, I think it depends. It should be doing somebody with it. No, I wouldn't.
I don't think so. Yeah, I've not really brought it up yet. My boss can't. Probably a bit of a push. I'd love to meet you. Are you going to
Shemai the other week before.
What's that?
Shemai's like, if you consider this with back to back weeks,
I can go.
the 2 people who's big, as you say, that fight just happened like that. I feel like it shows like one of the people there as well.
Yeah, I had that feeling.
I just, I was thinking about it, I just had I really want to go to, but I don't think it's like,
Well, let's let them actually officially announce it first as well.
Yeah, of course,
Until it's like
official. And Nate's also bad charity, I think, like, I don't want to fight anyone.
Yeah, that's the thing, you feel like something could come up.
Yeah.
They could verbally agree, they could change something. Yeah,
No,
but
but
I
like,
mean,
so
we just said it's
I
still
would be
like,
worried for myself in terms of like that fight or
Okay, so more
Nate would even take that fight more than fight if he's like fucking ACLs and ACLs still
I
there.
guess so,
Yeah.
He wants to get out. What will be interesting is if he gets smashed by hands out and Jake Paul loses the boxing match.
Yeah.
No one wants to see them box. Yeah, that's just fucking rich level for that.
Most of the time, even when they come in, they're like, you lost like 1 or 2 fights. Yeah. It's so much easier to lose. You've got tackles, the gloves, there's more flash knockouts because of the gloves and stuff. So it's easy to get knocked out. But yeah. 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 You can recover. You can recover from a loss a lot quicker.
Your card's in the end and just like minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got different ways to win, like a lot more ways to win. A bit more diverse.
America, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's so many lines of that.
Yeah, you also put enough minus, their bench with it, like minus 100 plus. Which makes how it is. No, Star and Star's like 7 or 8 years ago now. So then you were getting into the sun after that. And obviously, you say you see back in the day. Yeah, no, it's good bloke. Yeah, cheers. Gary Hitchcock.
I'm going to record this, so if someone comes in, I'll be filming, so don't touch it.
You're just going to press record and go away?
Yeah, I'm going to discuss it.
Okay.
Oh, this one's it.
And we have Curtis Blaydes here.
Hi Curtis, how are you? I believe this is the first time in your career that you're in your UFC career that you're an underdog. Just wanted to get your reaction to that.
The Vegas odds, they don't matter because I've been, like you just said, this is the first time, but I'm not undefeated, so odds don't mean nothing.
What are your thoughts on Tom Aspinall's rise? He's obviously climbed ranks pretty fast. He's had a lot of finishes. What are your thoughts on him? Have you been impressed with Tom?
Yeah, he's been very impressive. He's not your standard big, slow, plodding heavyweight. He throws combinations. He's athletic. He has bounce. He's a respectable opponent, and a win over him is legitimate. It's not like some guys you beat, you know, like I'm way better than you. You have no reason in the octagon. He belongs in the octagon. He's legit.
And he's shown off his grappling a lot in his UFC career. Obviously, you're a very strong grappler yourself. What do you make of Tom's grappling?
I think he has pretty good grappling, especially for heavyweight. Majority of heavyweights don't have any grappling. So, yeah, I think he knows what he's doing on the ground. Yeah.
You had a great performance against Chris Dawkins. How does it feel? You know, we all know you're a very well-rounded fighter, but how does it feel when you get that knockout and you show off your hands?
It's always nice to have it early in the fight because I don't think anyone wants to do an actual full five rounds. So that was good, but that wasn't my first knockout. I think that was the first one a lot of people seen because a lot of people probably don't watch my fights, but I've beat people on the feet. I've gotten knockdowns against other people on the feet, so it wasn't really a huge shock to me. I'm sure it was to everyone else though. They're like, oh, he has hands. I already knew that. So.
You've kind of been on the cusp of a title shot for a while, just certain results haven't gone your way. Where do you feel like a win over Tom puts you?
I'm gonna be honest, a win over Tom puts me waiting for the winner of Silvergon, and I think we all know that. Like that's why the UFC set up these fights. Like we knew this back in February when Tom fought, Blaydes fought, I fought. It was setting this up 6 months in advance. So yeah, I'll probably get the winner of that fight, and then the winner of that fight will get a title shot, most likely.
How do you see the fight between Silvergon and Blaydes playing out?
I have no idea. Based off of Blaydes' performance against Derek Lewis, it takes a lot of punches to knock him out. He's got a great jaw or head or whatever. He doesn't get knocked out easily, so we'll have to see if Silvergon has knockout power.
There's been talk about a potential interim title fight between John Jones and Stipe Miocic for a very long time now. Hasn't materialized.
I don't care about that. Like, I'm tired of talking about. I don't want. It doesn't shake. I don't want you guys to be like, oh, Blaydes was talking shit about John Jones. I don't care. I'm tired of hearing about someone who's not officially heavyweight until he steps on the scale and it says 240 whatever. He's not a heavyweight, so I don't want to discuss it.
Thank you.
So obviously, you're over here in England. I think a lot has been made of the crowd on Saturday night. Do you have any care in the world?
I don't care. Do they know? You should put this in your articles. We can't hear them. I don't know what they call me a wanker or what. I can't hear you, so I don't care at all.
When you say, you know, you've only really been finished by insanely heavy hitters. Do you think you can lose in other ways, or do you think, oh look, I just got hit by guys who could knock anyone out, and that's why I've lost?
I mean, that is facts. That's how I've lost in the past. But I think anyone, if you don't go out there and perform your best, you can be out-pointed or just out decisions. I've seen it happen to my homies. I've watched one specific one that I watched, Corey Sandhagen, when he fought TJ Dillashaw. Like, in my eyes, he won based off the damage, but for going by the judge's scoring card, he was giving up his back too much and he lost. So if you go out there and you make mental errors, you can lose.
Curtis. Hi. Just looking back at the Chris Dawkins fight, I don't think you even attempted a takedown in that fight. You just went straight at him with the hands. Was that a conscious decision that you were going to go out and showcase your striking in that fight?
Yes and no. Like, I made a conscious decision I wasn't going to force the takedowns. Like, if he had just dropped his hands and gave me an easy takedown, yes, I'm going to take it. But he didn't give me the easy takedown, and I know I could have forced it, but I didn't want to. I wanted to get away from forcing anything. That was my issue in the Derek Lewis fight. I beat him that whole first round, and I forced a takedown attempts early into the second round. I paid the price. When you force things that are easier to see, easier to counter, I want it to be organic. So that's how I'm gonna be for the rest of my my career. I learned a lesson in the Derek Lewis fight. I don't like to lose the same way over and over. So I'm not gonna make that mistake again and be overly just not being patient and letting things happen organically.
Do you think Tom will give you an easy takedown in this fight? the opportunity for him, do you think?
Maybe not in the first 2 rounds. That's why you have to, you do have to strike. You have to make it organic. The best takedowns happen within the exchanges. So 1, 2, 3, slip, 1, then shoot, or 1, fake the shot, throw some more, fake the shot, throw some more, and then go. Just gotta, you can't be predictable because he's too good. Like, I think he's much better than Eric Lewis. I think I should have destroyed Eric Lewis, but I messed up, I effed up, and mental error. So I don't want to make any more of those, or more mental errors.
You mentioned that the Dorcas fight wasn't your first TKO finish, right? You've got a lot of them on your record. But do you think that that fight has earned you a lot more respect among the fan base because of the way you approached it?
Yeah, I can tell people, everyone listening, like, oh, he's got hands. I've always had these hands. I knocked down a dude in Nashville on my feet, big hitty. I know everyone loves that one. I knocked down Olenek in New York. I've knocked down a lot of people. I knocked out Dos Santos, and I was on the feet, and yeah, I attempted takedowns, but he stuffed them all. So I've won with my hands before. It's not a surprise to me. That's one of the issues with MMA. Like, we don't have, like, it's not like the NFL or MLB, NHL. You have loyal, like, fans who know all your stats. They can tell you for, like, football, they can tell you how many times your team passes on 3rd and 6. Like, fans. Majority of MMA fans are just here, oh, this guy's big, I want to watch him just knock each other out. Those aren't real fans. Those are just people that want to see violence. When you're an MMA fan, you understand the sport, you actually follow the sport, you watch it, you remember stuff. We don't have a lot of those. Like, that's why when I do meet real MMA fans, the energy I give them is a lot more positive than the energy I give to the casuals who just want to see blood.
Last one from me. You've got the striking, you've got the wrestling. Which one's going to be the decisive skill set on Saturday night?
I think you can't separate one from the other. Like, the thread of my wrestling, that's how I got the August knockout. The reason his hands were so wide because he was preparing to have to be able to sprawl. So that opened up the knockout. Vice versa. You could start thinking about my hands and then you forget about your hips. And then I get to your hips. So a little bit of both, you know.
Thanks very much.
Curtis, just one from me here. Another American fighter on the card, I hope you're causing upset, is Jordan Levitt. He said that he's going to twerk on the O2 Arena after he wins. Do you have a similar plan? Do you beat Aspinall?
No, I don't, it's not my thing. But more power to him if he does it. I'll be interested to see the reaction of the crowd after that.
Curtis, Tom's never been into the 3rd round. Do you think that has any disadvantages to him in the future?
I can't speak for him, but for myself, the first time I went the full 5 rounds, that 5th round was different. It's hard to replicate the real fatigue of like real 20 minutes and then that last 5 minutes. Cause we do it in sparring all the time, but your partner's not looking to knock you out like that. That real fear of like, oh no, my arms are getting heavy, my legs are getting heavy. I've experienced that. I like to call it the dark place. That 5th round was a dark place, and I've been there and I came out on the other side, and the experience I came from that was, I can't even put a figure on it. It's very, very important. So I can't say he needs it, but I needed it. Like, I had that experience. That's what I'm gonna lean on. Him, if you get to the 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds, I guess he'll learn.
Is that something that you think you're going to aim to do, try and take him into those later rounds to see how he can cope with that?
I mean, I always, I prepare for 25 minutes of war. I expect every fight to be like my vocal fight. I expect everyone. I know that now. I expected it from August. I expected it from judging and voting struck. I expect it because it makes it easier. When I feel like it's easier to expect the worst than when you expect it to be all smooth and easy and I can get them out in the first round and then it doesn't happen. And your mind's like, oh, we didn't even think about going into the 4th, 5th round. I've already thought about it and envisioned it. I'm big into visualization and I've visualized that 5th round a lot, so we'll see. I never planned to get a finish early, but sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see.
And last one for me, how do you compare Tom Aspinall to some of the other top heavyweights that you fought?
I think he probably has some of the least experience because I'm combining a lot of old guys like Nick Hunt, Alistair, Trino Santo. These guys, the legends, they're all probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame. So I don't think he has as much experience, but on the flip side, he's younger, he's faster, more explosive. So there's pros and cons of every opponent I have, and I think he's in terms of pros, he's very fast, very explosive, athletic, young. It'll be a hard fight.
Hey, Curtis, right here. Just wondering about your experience of being around London. Have fans treated you pretty well, or you're getting a hard time because you're fighting the local guy?
No. Fans are always like, what fan? What normal 5'9", 5'10", 160-pound dude's gonna be like, hey, you fucking suck. Even if they feel that way, they're not gonna say it. So I've never had any problem with anybody. No, they've all been really nice.
You usually have a really awesome design going on for fight night. Being, away from home, are you going to try to have a barber to freshen it up before the fight?
I did that once in Australia because I was there for long. I was there for 10 days and the designs just started fading out. I don't think I have to do that. I just got this last Friday night, so I think I'll be good.
Curtis, I know you're a bit of a gamer. What video games are you currently playing?
Really, like the older I get, the less games I play. So it's slowly come down to just one game, and that's Madden. I play hours and hours of Madden.
Are you playing any of the new Maddens, or are you kind of playing some of the classics? I know some of the hardcore don't love the changes in Madden.
I buy the new Madden every year. It's like a thing I'm looking forward to buying the new one at the end of September. I've already ordered it, so I'll get it early. I'll get it in like a month. A month from today I should have it.
Awesome, thanks, man.
Anything else? All right, Curtis, thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, more general angle, like the other way. There was a fight that was called a shot this before the fight. Yeah, so for some reason,
Was it too long? Do you need short?
yes, I'm more of a, I'm just getting hard to do that.
No, I went to the tutor.
Yeah, so I
You're killing it, by the way.
I'll be switched, yeah.
I'm just trying to go up and out that. Yeah, it's a big last one already.
Yeah, so I'll try and get an angle. Get it,
Yeah, I should have gone down. Like I expect, like there's I booked a hotel. I could have got so I got it really good there for the Friday, Saturday. I still like the Saturday. Because that's the thing. I was meant to do some masters tennis there. Oh yeah, 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they do. I don't like it. They're all sick there and stuff.
Oh, maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm
It's
right. Oh really? Yeah. It's a lovely city, but yeah. But that, I mean, again, without wanting to sound biased, like I know British fans are just like probably going to be they're different to any fans, right? But I still like taking them. Yeah, good fights. I know he said that. I went through the radio. It was like, yeah, like, yeah, that was the card. That's unbelievable. Let's take her out. Like they talked about it like on the Ring podcast about like the Jemima and how it's better sometimes when they don't just like prioritize types of fights. Yeah. Kind of like that. It's like the way I do. Can I get yours? He's actually got a boxer this time. Yeah. So I need both fights are like I thought they would go. Yeah. I just want the fans to fight. Oh, of course, yeah. No, I was actually like so as soon as I landed, I checked and it was like, yeah, he's a I mean, look, I have nothing against that. You know, like he fought really well. I mean, the fight you just see a little weird. No one was, I didn't even watch any of it. You obviously got to speak to you after a while. That was so bizarre. You don't know why. Because everyone's like, oh, it's a personal reason. And he's like, no, it's not. It's like for him not to be a fight. I bet he has. I bet that was straight on the black check.
I wonder if his Meniere's is acting up again.
Everyone comes, I saw people allude to the fact that like, Joe this lobbying thing.
Yeah, it's not that.
Yeah, I saw people saying like that. It's like,
this is a 1988.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like, that's the thing. Like the biggest fight. Yeah, it does play a role. Oh, of course, yeah. Like, it's got an important part of it, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like, even like, again, 2 days like, for the event, just a small part of one of the weeks after training, like, them being, yeah. It's really having a voice. Yeah, that's part of the picture of the event.
Cheap drinks and going for it.
Don't you know that post-fight press is usually like the most successful bit of content you're doing?
Yeah, that's what she was saying about him, like, you know, not being here. Yeah. Because we were just saying how, like, we just don't, it doesn't feel like it's, maybe it's natural because, like, the timing of the March is, like, pretty special, but it doesn't feel, we don't feel like this Saturday's going to be, like, the same as the March one.
No, they came back to the world too quickly. And also, like, the one in March worked because it was like progressive momentum.
Yeah.
Red Mike Molly didn't get wrestled, but Paddy's like a toss-up if he gets chipped. It's fine, like, fucking won't feel like a party if they were there.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I don't think Jack and Kurt should move that Paddy should. You should have, you need to have the ignition back to back.
Yeah, I get that. Because even if massive. There will naturally be like a bit of a vacuum.
Absolutely.
That's literally what happened last time.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because you basically give people a chance to calm down.
Yeah.
It's harder for them to get buzzed
Yeah, of
again,
course.
you know?
Yeah. I think that's what good about it. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
I'll say this, I reckon if he did beat Paddy and did twerk, he'd get cheered. I reckon people would find that funny.
You reckon? No, it'll be quite interesting.
I think it's really funny. I was watching back the video I took when Paddy won, and I was just panning around. Now I think like that, I'm not sure those people.
Yeah.
Actually, there was like a massive scouts contingent. Actually,
That was actually on that note. You know, you said that you came back too quickly. I kind of agree, but I also feel like, remember at first the rumours were they might beat Liverpool, but that might actually be kept it
that would again the same momentum. That's some progression, right?
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the fact that, obviously, like with Paddy in particular, and Molly, and then but yeah, that might have been like a better way to do it. I don't know, not better, but like.
We might all just be talking shit. It might be amazing.
It might be one of those things you don't know until, because I mean, it felt like it was a big going on, but like everything went right basically.
It was like the UFC does it. But then they did the same thing. They went back to W. It was like shit.
Yeah, but you can't. It makes sense to matches, but you can't really hope for awards because of the way the results went last time. Not everybody's going to.
Everybody's I'm with the Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, they actually couldn't do it. But that's the same with Wayne's over there.
As well. I remember like running back off and just keep trying to get it in the end.
Yeah, that's the thing I tried to weigh out last time. I just stayed out for all the fights. I think we're like half the legs are unfortunately.
Oh shit! Yeah. Sorry.
That's really much of these. That was on 4 years.
For Curtis.
What's going on? Oh yeah.
I got into him like a week or so after. He was really good, but yeah, I just couldn't really log in with it. I couldn't really like.
Listen to Dan Hardy's. Dan Hardy?
Yeah, he's break these ones. He's breaking the first one.
PT's not wrong. Just say me that that's all fun.
Yeah.
Last time I did pretty well. Yeah, like again, I did more content last time because it just felt, it's just kind of ticking along for like the graph of like authority, you know, like to do as much like using like essentially I mean, it's been going well. Most of the solid one in the top 10, but obviously like there's only so much more control.
So what? When we go to
yeah, but that switching stance stuff is like when Conor also things like
but yeah, but my boss was like, can I put you down for like
first 4 rounds of the MMA guys, like we win.
So I still would end up lying up
and all the stance switching is like such an overexertion of energy. Sometimes it start like wearing down. So switch stances like protect your legs, but also
I didn't even really know
in
that.
traditional wrestling, you wrestle off.
It was crazy. It's like I was just sat in the crowd. There's no chance.
You're strong fist on your back. Right, so you switch stances.
Like that block, because like that's the stuff like
or if you're fighting southpaw,
so they always be like that stuff like speed.
Yeah.
Or a lot of the clashing.
Twice they had the seating and then they had all the fans like stood up on the floor. Because this is mostly like 12 year olds.
Yeah, I went to. Did you go to the cable room?
Nah,
I just got like that because it was a good yeah. So someone yeah.
Also, I shouldn't be going, come on.
But I went last time.
I don't think there's any. My quality. I think he prefers it that way.
It wasn't. Yeah. I can't remember the full card. It was just like
for the first 2 minutes. It was like
it was like the most angry, and then after
you almost down a really
Yeah, every time. Head like a fucking speed.
Has anyone punched you really hard?
Yeah, there was good fun. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think that
Even throwing me off.
Like, just
They didn't like throw me off, but it's one of the minus one. It was like still like back.
yeah, I saw that. I was watching those fights, but we saw that we watched.
But yeah, my like the guy was like super hard. It's like fucking swallow. I can't like my jaw was out like that hurt. I don't really care about that.
You don't.
I might be.
I said that. You get part of it.
Yeah, how much you get out over there?
Yeah, live stream.
How do you see that one going?
Why does your thing split into two parts?
Because it's also like
That's really, really good. Your video kind of like still hurts as two.
Yeah, because I was thinking about this last night.
Yeah.
It was last 3 fights. Each time, it's against them. Like,
Maybe
don't
I'm from
get me wrong,
here.
every time I get up, I'm very much on there.
it's always the case, isn't it? Always the case.
So I'll just always get the other person.
That's where that's nice.
Alright guys, we got Molly McCann for you.
Yeah.
Hey fam.
This is always more nerve-wracking on the fight.
I was actually going to ask you, are you not getting used to this yet? You know, the big stage, the O2 Arena?
I've had some really good nights here, haven't I? It does feel like as home as the Echo does. Back in Liverpool. It's still an absolute spectacle. I'm not honoured to come down. And when you're a kid and you grow up and you're watching fighters fight in like arenas and you always want to go and do that. Yeah, I don't think it'll ever not be. That's the weird. It just takes me breath away every time, and I'm probably not going to get used to it now. That's just the
It's a tough one, right? Because you're coming back to have that experience, but the last fight you had here was so special and so amazing. Do you have to kind of put that out of your mind? So do you just think like, oh, I don't have to live up to that last one. I just got to focus on what we're doing this Saturday.
100%. That's been an elbow means fuck all on Saturday, doesn't it? That's not going to win me the fight, living off the last fight. But what it has done is give me the belief, and it's given me the mental fortitude more to come into this one and know really what I'm capable of. I think you all may have seen it last time we was here. I was calm, I was collected. I have my odd little jokes and my swear words here and there, but I'm really finding my feet within the UFC now, and I just want to show consistency, and I just want to show, look, I'm fighting someone who I've actually got a reach on, so I don't actually have to force a fight for a change. I'm going to be able to stick and move and just have a good go.
When you look at this fight, is that how you see it playing out? You being able to keep her out of the lane?
Well, if I can sometimes keep someone with a 10-inch reach, I think if I've got a 1-inch reach advantage on someone, then I can imagine it's going to happen. I see the fight going one or two ways. She's either going to come and try and clinch me against the cage, or she's going to run. Her style is quite counter, striking off the back foot. And I'm prepared for all of it. I mean, I fought Talia Santos on the wall, I fought Gillian Robertson on the floor, I fought Laura Procopio on the floor. I'm very much now accustomed to them fights. I've made the correct, we've tidied up in places and we've worked hard, and after the last fight I got to go away to San Diego and I trained with Jane Flo, just like Al Patrick did the time before. Got to go back to some judo and stuff that should nullify her strengths.
Your teammate Paddy's fighting on the card as well. What have you made of the twerking talk going on with him and Jordan?
Fucking hell. I don't know, he's just trying to sell a fight. I appreciate anyone who likes to express themselves and show just who they kind of are, but if Jordan thinks he's going to twerk in that, in that O2, he's got no chance. I think there's more chance of Paddy teabagging him than that happening. Like, this is what's back and forth. Paddy's going to teabag him, like, on whatever game it is, Fortnite or Call of Duty or something, I don't know. Or, I don't know, let boys be boys and just play.
Jordan also questioned you, he said, the fight will be at 9 o'clock. How drunk can they really be by then?
Is that a real question for me? I don't know, I'll probably be half a bottle of Howler head down, spinning around the O2 by then, but I think, look at UFC London, the fans are coming from everywhere. Half of Liverpool, well, most of Liverpool will be in Manchester for Tom, and I just think the atmosphere may be more than the last time. So to the foreign fans, just embrace it, because it's the foreign fighters, just embrace it. Our fans don't mean any malice, but they get behind their own.
Mike's
next. Hi, boss.
How you doing? I know you said you can't take that spinning elbow into the cage with you this weekend, but talk to us about what that did for you, your confidence, your career, your exposure within the wider MMA world, because it was a huge moment, right?
It kind of blew up, didn't it? The internet kind of blew up off that elbow, and for me it just solidified I am who I say I am, and prior to the UFC I had finishes and really nice ones with my hands, and this time I just got that moment where everyone got to really realise, fuck, that is what she's about. So moving forward from that, sometimes in a loss you have to take more lessons, but in that win I think I learned more lessons than the previous losses that I've had. I went away and I've worked so hard on my grappling. Even though it was the striking that won me the fight, I just want to keep on evolving and keep on getting better as a mixed martial artist. And I think I just reiterate what I said before, like, my feet are permanently cemented into the floor, it's not gone to my head. I've gone from the I just want a belly gear to the elbow gear, and I wonder what we'll get on Saturday night, what I'll be next.
I know you're someone who will always fight with their heart on their sleeve, but how much has being able to fight more with your head in the last few fights been a game changer for you?
Yeah, I think he's going to all probably see me progression as a mixed martial artist, and my fight IQ has risen. I think Paul Rimmer, Adam Ventry, Ellis Hampson and Joseph McNally, I've really started to calm this, even though I know in the fight the tempo is a lot and it's fast. My decision making in that last fight I think was spot on, and the fight before against Kim, I'm making the correct decisions. Instead of shooting for a takedown when I shouldn't, I've just took my time, and if the pace is too much, I've took it down and slowed the fight down. And this fight, my opponent will bring lessons to me that I think I've already passed, but I think I'm going to be able to pass with flying colours this time.
Final one from me. Looks like you're having the time of your life right now. You know, everything's going absolutely superbly for you. But this is the toughest sport on the planet, right? And the minute you take your eye off the ball, you get humbled real quick. So how have you managed to balance all of this with the increased exposure, the fact you're much more famous, and you know your career is on the up and up, but while also keeping your feet firmly on the floor?
I think notoriety and all of that kind of thing means fuck all. I've learned that none of it's real. Do you know what I mean? Just because I can go out and more people know my name doesn't really change me as a person. It doesn't change my life. It doesn't change my family's life. Like, Liverpool's got a really good way of sometimes keeping you humble. Like, I walk in that gym every day and get humbled by my training partners, my mum, my family, my girlfriend, everyone. I'm the butt of the joke all the time. Do you know what I mean? Just because I fight, it doesn't mean anything. I've tried to be more of a role model and less of just a bevier. I've tried to drink less and do more for my community since getting more notoriety, so I think that always keeps you humble. And through all of this journey and through everything and through the last fight, I've just realised I just want to be a world champion. I just want to be a world champion again. And I can't look too far in the future. I just have to take every day and every fight as it comes. But like I say, I can't live off that performance forever, can you? You need to make sure that the next one outdoes that. However, the finish may not ever outdo that last one, the fighting IQ and the decision making should and will.
Molly right here. Hi. You know, when people talk about that event in March, and many fans and just pundits saying that was maybe the best fight night, if not arguably one of the best events ever in the
Definitely
UFC.
was, lad. Definitely was. She's about to be there, but it definitely was.
Well, my question is, when you're next up, you've seen, you know that the English and the European fighters are doing well. How much did that affect you, whether it be confidence, whether it be pressure, or anything else in your energy?
All Molly McCann needs is a crowd. That's all I need. I couldn't do COVID. I was fortunate enough to go to Fight Ireland and be treated like an absolute queen over in Abu Dhabi. I was fortunate enough to fight in the Apex while still in the bubble. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't lift myself up to that kind of atmosphere. There was none. You give me 50 drunk fans and I'll still give you the fight of my life, but listening to that O2, being in that changing room when me and Patrick was getting ready, and we was watching it before we left, whilst we was on the way, and near enough every GB fighter was getting the finishes and getting the wins, and you could just feel the momentum, and the momentum was building. The second I heard my walkout tune, I just looked at everyone, and it was massive for me to see. I hadn't won in the COVID, so to walk out and that many people be cheering for me and wanting me to win really, really blew me away. And then I had said the whole fight week and the whole fight camp, this is for yous. I understand like how long yous have waited. It's as long as we've waited for this fight night back in London. And I just knew what I was ready to give, and I know it'll be a similar case on Saturday.
Do you feel that the European fighters have some pressure going into this one? Because the last one was so good, it's almost like, oh my gosh, everyone has to deliver again. And you're only responsible, obviously, for your own fight, but do you feel like collectively there is a bit of that kind of energy going into this?
I think as long as you don't let the ego run away with yourself after wins, like what we've all managed to do. And Tom Aspinall's like a really good example of it. Good win, doesn't let him run away, doesn't add pressure to him, he just gets on with his job. I think as long as you're focused, I don't think there's any more added pressure. From that last fight, my life completely changed in terms of sponsorship. I don't have to go into a fight now worrying about, what if I lose, I'm only going to get half, would that even cover 6 months, like rent and bills and all that kind of stuff. I get in there and I feel like the diamonds created, like pressure creates diamonds, and I'm ready to just keep on creating. So will I feel the pressure? No. Will I feel nerves of having a fight? 100% who doesn't. I'm just ready to have a go, to be honest with you.
My final question, are you the only teammate who's allowed to call Paddy Patrick?
It's his fucking name, so I don't know why no one calls him it. So how many trolls I get online from the Americans where they go, why are you calling him Patrick? I'm like, that's his name, that's why. I don't know. He just calls me the meatball and I just call him Patrick. It's been that way since he had braces and I was working on Subway.
Well, you mentioned obviously about your life changing, about financially not having to worry going into a fight. How does that affect you mentally, not having that kind of pressure about I need to win this in order to pay my bills?
I think most people who watch the sport and most people in here love what they do, and sometimes everyone's thinking, am I going to make it to the end of the month? Because sometimes you're not getting paid like a lot, do you know what I mean? I wouldn't say I've got outrageous amounts because there's probably half the card earn more than what I earn, but just not having the extra. When you're going to a fight and you're in camp, you just want to be thinking, I'm going to improve there, I'm going to get better there. I think when you start having to think about money and survival post-fight, it can just be detrimental to your thought process. And when I'm in the cage, if I'm in a compromising situation, I want to be thinking, stop here, passing, stop the arm, stop the elbow. I don't want to be thinking, fuck, if she moves here now I'm over, I'm not going to be able to pay my bills. And I've been really fortunate that Barstool's come in, give me a sponsorship deal where I'm comfortable to just give my whole self and to training. And I think every fighter does. by hook or by crook, we all find a way to make it work, whether you have to have 2 jobs outside of it. Everything that you do, you'll always give your best to it, but I just feel like I'm in a position now where I can just ultimately give my whole self to every training session, and instead of having to go and do other stuff, I can just put the normal tech on and recover. I can go for a cryotherapy, I can go for a walk with my dog Frank and just relax and take in the sun that's not really ever in Liverpool, do you know what I mean? But it's harder in some ways because you're probably more broken, because you're training harder and you're giving more, but there's less pressure, which is better.
You know, you mentioned about, you know, being more grounded, being very calm, focused, and we definitely saw that before your last fight as well. You know, how much of a difference does that make in your performance when you are kind of mentally grounded, mentally focused? How much does that affect the way you perform?
I feel like mind, body and soul, when it's all together, you get the best performances of your career, and you can see it when, like, Conor McGregor, you can see when he was at that same flow and he had those amazing finishes, and then when he was being a bit, I don't know, like, whether to say, like, manic or like a little bit everywhere, probably because he was feeling the pressure a little bit, that the fights don't always go the way that you want them. So for me, it has just been really important just to make sure that I keep my feet on the floor and just, yeah, I forgot your question halfway through, sorry, I've had a long day. What was it again?
How does that affect your performance?
It affects my performance in a positive manner. I was saying 2019 I came to fight Zombie Girl, was it? Priscilla Cachoeira. And I remember sitting here and I was just taking it all in, and I was so fucking scared, and I couldn't eat all week. I didn't even have to do a salt bath or anything because I was that nervous. My energy was so drained, but I was still able to give the performance of my life. So when you're not constantly drained, you can just give more. If you're in the cage and you're punching and you're not on the back foot already in here, your recovery's better, and you're thinking better, and your combos just come together, and you're more alert and you can see. So yeah, I think it's real positive.
And you know, when you think about the fight this Saturday, how do you envision it? How do you see it going down?
I think most fighters have their moments, and there's like flow, and Paddy will probably be when he's like rapping and on the mat and he's giving it. Mine's when I'm going for my run, or when I'm walking to the gym and I'm warming up and I have my music in my head, and I just constantly think like I'm going to command the centre of the ring, of the cage, sorry, and I'm just going to go and do me, and I'm not going to force the finish will come. I am going to force a win, and I do feel, and I have envisaged, and in training, it's all mirroring together that I will get the finish. Whether it needs to be a grappling submission or whether it's going to be a striking finish, I think every single person who's been around me, who's been in camp, who's watched me this week, can just tell something special has come. So Dan Hardy said to me, off the back of that last fight, it's kind of like 3 wins. I went, what do you mean, lad? And he went, just in here, you'll just be a different animal, and you can kind of carry the momentum and the self-belief moving forward. So I believe that's where I'm at.
Molly, just in terms of you and Paddy going global from Liverpool, how does that actually feel to represent Liverpool and to just go global with your best mate?
It's a bit of a mad one, to be honest, because I think in the summer, Graham Boylan managed to do a really good job for me to go from like New York to Phoenix to San Diego, and I got to go and train and do loads of like public like meet and greets and fucking all mad podcasts and meeting all just amazing people. And I remember I always say there's a song, I think it's called Oh What a Night, and me and Paddy always sing it, and we was driving to Six Flags from San Diego, so we was going to a theme park, and I looked at him and I looked at his fiancée Laura, and I turned it up and I went, never forget this moment. And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, this song, this moment, we're kids from Liverpool who grew up council estates with nothing, and we're just out here living, I suppose you could say best life, but just everything we've worked for. And the good thing is we epitomise being a Scouser. and some people might not like it, but I know everyone back home is proud of us, because we just try and be honest, we try and just tell the truth, we try and be funny, and we try and give paying customers and working class people what they deserve when they're paying and when they're watching them. At the end of the day, it's prize fighting, it's gamesmanship and sportsmanship, and you want to see it all, so we try our very best to give that to everyone.
So back in March, Paddy was taking the mick out of you for Everton, maybe going down, and Liverpool winning everything. Now Liverpool didn't win the Champions League and the Premier League. You stayed up. You were at Goodison Park celebrating. That must have been mega.
I think it was BT put it out there, the after Wales scene, like scale. I was like in the main stand up a tier, managed to jump down, hang down into someone's box. I was like, love, can I get down there? She's like, yeah, getting ready to catch me. I got onto that field, I was with Dele Alli, Seamus Coleman, Frank Lampard, I got to them all. And I had flares, I had all like blue in my hair for I don't know how long. I had to do a UFC Connected interview the next day, and I had no voice left and my hands were still blue from the flares, but what a good time that was to be an Evertonian. I got taken the piss out of quite a lot for how much we celebrated staying up, but those who don't understand just don't matter. And Paddy was going, I hope he's going down, I hope he's going down, and all that. And you remember this time, last time I was here, I was giving it to the Everton players because I was like, you need to play for the badge and play for what it means. And they did. And when Liverpool lost the league and when they lost the Champions League, I didn't need to gloat or I didn't need to rub it in Paddy's face because like Everton haven't won nothing, but it was bittersweet, like, because there was a little bit of it in there, but yeah, it still made us. I have got an Everton poster in the changing room, a flag, and he goes, get that fucking down before he walks in. So.
Just got two more for you.
Go on, Matt.
Sports Kita here. How is it adjusting back to normalcy after such a high in the last fight night? Or is it still going on?
I'm not as normal in my life, not as ever been normal in my life. I've felt more at peace, in all honesty, since all of that, because I think if you feel fulfilled and have lived up to your potential, I don't feel like I'm touching my potential yet, but I'm showing steady growth towards where I need to be. Then it's all good. I think the hardest part's learning to say no and not giving too much of myself to everyone else, which in this fight camp I've also learned to do. I have done nothing but eat, sleep and train. I've probably done 2 media obligations the whole camp because I haven't tried to lose track and lose focus. The main thing is to keep the main thing. And if I'm honest with me goals, my dreams and my ambitions of being a world champion, then I can't run away. Like I keep saying, that elbow will probably get sketched on me gravestone, do you know what I mean? And me, I just want a bevy like quote will be there, but it doesn't mean anything, in all honesty.
And last one for you. You want to work towards a world title, you said. Is there someone in the top 10, a name that you want to call out?
Never been one to call anyone out. I gave it the big I am against Gillian Robertson and she humbled me. My humbler, the best lesson of my life. So I learned I don't need to do that because I failed at the first hurdle on that one. But I'm going to get this win. Dave Portnoy from Barstool is around and Dana and him are quite tight, so hopefully after the fight we can have a conversation. And I would like to fight again in November in the mecca of all meccas for strikers, and I'll just leave it into their hands to see who I'll be fighting against.
Hang on, just one from me.
Last question, guys.
With Kate Warriors just around the corner, I wondered who's the next fighter from your gym, next gen, who can make the jump to the UFC?
There's not one, there's a few of us. I think me and Patrick will be going to watch after the weigh-ins because our boys are on the prelims, so that we can all get a scrum together and enjoy the Friday night. But you've got Nathan, you've got Luke Riley, you've got Adam Cullen, you've got I don't really wear makeup do I? I've got mascara in my eye and it's stinging. That'll teach me. That's me not from London. Nick, what was our middleweight world champion called? His name's just completely gone from my brain. No. Oh my god. Yeah, Bonnet. Sorry, I've had so much going on. Not Bonnet, I'm really sorry for that one, lads. All of these are ready, and they'll be ready for world titles and cage warriors before we move forward. But it's really nice to step on the mat knowing you're in the presence of people who are leveling you up. The last day of my training camp, I got in a taxi on the way to the gym. Fucking hell, girl, you look like shit. I went, what do you want me to be looking fresh as fuck at the end of a fight camp? Because I was like, if that's the case, then I'm not training with the right people, am I? I mean, they're not hating me, don't get me wrong, but I'm giving me like life to the camp. But next time based the world, and soon we'll be making the O2 just a club show.
That's all the time we have, guys. Thank you very
Sorry.
much.
Cheers.
Have you had a long day? Everyone's fucked.
I'd be fucking.
It's surprising.
Yeah.
Very well put together on social. You know, disappointing in real life.
I know exactly what you mean.
She shouldn't come out of the house.
Strapped him. He said he's coming.
When Paddy comes in and he says, I'm going to teabag him, like, can you please go, Paddy, what's teabagging? Can you ask him to explain that? I think it will come more because I look like I know what it is. So if you ask, that'd be great. Thank you.
I unfortunately know what that means.
I'll say for the people that don't know what teabagging is, explain.
Shall I just go? What's teabagging, man?
Yeah. That's a great social signal.
Okay.
Leave that for you, Oscar.
I'll kick it off with that. Paddy, what's teabagging? That's how you might start in this conversation.
Paddy, what is teabagging?
I actually know what that means, but you can say.
Not as innocent as I thought.
That's going to be in favor of
Exposed.
Guys, I'm playing video games, be like, how about you fucking bitch?
Yours look fucked.
Right there.
Yours look fucked.
You're gonna look fucked right there. Right there.
Who else are we getting?
Nathaniel Wood and Paddy, right?
Paddy, Nathaniel Wood.
That's it, right?
Yep.
Yes. It's actually kind of funny because at the Apex they're like super anal about like, oh, if you have one of them, you have to have the opponent. And yet here, Molly, no hammer. Nathaniel, Jai Herpel, rolling in.
But then they practically have the entire card one day.
Why aren't they doing Mark T. Casey, I wonder?
Yeah, well, it's
Last fight
kind
was
of
deal.
the same thing.
Also, where's Gunnar Nelson at? Why isn't he on this card? He always him up.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to be on this side.
No.
Nope.
Is that us? Is that video up?
Which one?
On it?
No, it's just imported it into my.
Oh, cool.
See, this is like 3 files.
Oh yeah, she literally just finished.
Then guys. Oh, mate.
Last time, obviously, we got to speak to you at the media day back in March, and then, of course, you didn't get to fight. So, what's it like second time around? Are you nervous that the same thing will happen again? How are you feeling going into this weekend?
Touch wood. I don't want to jinx it. Yeah, no, I'm not worried that anything's going to happen. You know, obviously, Charles Rose is a game opponent. He's been around for a very long time. I can't imagine anything's going to go wrong now. So yeah, it's good to be here, and I can't wait to get it on Saturday night.
And what was that like for you? Obviously, doing the whole run up, obviously fight camp, media day, everything, and then to have that fight taken away from you. How did that affect you?
I won't lie, it was heartbreaking. Obviously, I put a lot of time and effort into that camp, and felt amazing. And obviously, I'd already been out for a very long time anyway. So for the fight to get pulled, like the day before the weigh-ins, yeah, it did suck. But it's only made me more motivated now. I got to experience obviously fight week, and all the aggression that I've held maybe in that last one. I get to release it on Saturday night. So I'd hate to be Charles right now.
And then when did you find out? From March, when did you next get your opponent? How long was that time between?
What was it? Probably a month after I was hearing rumours that they're coming back. So obviously straight away I said to my manager, that's it, I've got to be on obviously that London card. I'd like to think Dana's coming back just for me. But yeah, it was about a month after I think, and then waiting to get matched. There was a couple of pullouts we've had, I won't mention names. But obviously I went up a weight category to 145, so I think it was a little bit of a struggle for the UFC to find someone for me. So yeah, I'm glad Charles Rose has accepted the fight.
And like you said, yeah, you've got Charles Rose. What do you think of him as an opponent?
He's a very good opponent, very game, perfect for to welcome me in the 145 division. I think he's had about 12 fights in the UFC now. Wins and losses, hasn't really gone on a complete tear. But my coach and teammates, they've trained with him back in ATT, so I've got a good insight as to what to expect. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Watching his fights myself, you can see that he's a game opponent, and he comes to fight. So hopefully Saturday night he does that, and we can put on a show for the crowd.
Daniel, besides the extra £10, what's going to be the big difference in Nathaniel Wood and Fight Night at featherweight compared to what we've seen already in the bantamweight?
I think the speed difference, because obviously coming up a weight, I have put on some muscle, I have put on some size, and I'm feeling a lot more powerful and strong. Maybe not as quick as I would be at bantamweight, but I've still got that speed. So, I don't think the 145 is going to be quicker than I am, and I'm still going to be walking in there pretty heavy. I think most people think I'm walking in at 145. I'm not. I still have a lot of weight to cut, but compared to normal, it's a lot easier.
And obviously you wanted to fight in March, and it didn't happen. But has that extra time been of additional benefit to you in terms of getting yourself ready for a debut at 45?
I think mindset-wise, it's just made me even more hungry. You take something away from someone for it's almost been 2 years now. I'm eager. I'm very, very hungry. So yeah, I think that's definitely helped my mindset, and I don't need any more motivation than I do right now to go in there Saturday. It's I've been waiting 2 years, man. Do you know what I mean? It is weird, especially when all I know is fighting. That's my job. I don't do anything else. So being on the sidelines for so long, it's tough. But we're here now, and hopefully, the injuries, etc. That's just a distant memory.
And I think probably geographically, you live closer to the O2 than any other fighter on this card. So how much would it mean for you to walk out there in front of friends, family, local Londoners, get that win, get back in the win column and just get back in the mix again? How much will that mean?
It means everything to me. Obviously there's a lot of extra added pressure because I am the only London fighter on the roster and I wasn't on that last one, but I rise to the pressure, you know, I like it. So yeah, the benefit is I can sleep in my own bed at night, you know, I don't have to stay at the hotel because I'm literally around the corner. And yeah, you know, that crowd I'm looking forward to, I think it's going to be electric.
Brilliant. Last one from me. You're one of a number of former Cage Warriors champions who are on this card. Just how much of a good grounding has that been and preparation for you in terms of your UFC career and how much of a benefit that has been to you?
Obviously being the Cage Warriors champ was always a big achievement of mine. You know, technically I was a world champion, which was always my goal. It wasn't UFC, but you know, it was that stepping stone. And Cage Warriors is a great promotion and they're kind of, I don't know what you call it, they're feeding, you know, the guys to get to the UFC. So it was great to be a part of that promotion and obviously to have the run that I did on it, you know, was obviously good and it's done, I guess, more for my profile when I got signed by the UFC.
It'd be nice to get your face slapped by Brad Pitt before you get in the cage and stuff.
Yeah, I think he's eager to do it. You know, I think he's been waiting a very long time, so I think he's going to enjoy it. Yeah, I don't really look forward to it too much, but yeah, it'll be good to be back.
Thanks a lot.
Nathaniel, what have you made of Charles Rose's past performances, especially his last two?
So from watching his performances myself, I don't really rate him. You know, it's not me being cocky or anything like that. I just, you know, I don't really see much there is on his fights to worry me. Obviously my coaches know him, I know that he's a very game opponent and I know he's a very skillful opponent. I'm not looking past him whatsoever. But yeah, if you said to me, right, judge that guy from what you can see on his fights, I don't really see anything that's going to affect me. So as long as I turn up with my A game, don't make any mistakes, you know, I think it's going to be an easy night in the office for me.
How do you see it playing out?
I believe I'm going to get TKO win in the second round. I think I'm going to be too fast for him and I'm going to have too much power in my hands. So we will see, but yeah, I'm predicting a second round TKO win.
I understand the right here. I believe, you know, not to jinx anything like you said, going back to the March event, it was actually like the day of media day. Do you remember where you exactly were when you were told? And obviously, I think they were actually looking for a short, you know, as replacement, but they couldn't find one. So do you remember kind of your first reaction to being told you weren't going to fight?
I think my first reaction was straight away, what can I get to eat? Because I was cutting weight, you know, I was in a bit of a state, and it's hard to think and function when you're cutting a lot of weight. You know, you had no carbs in the system, you've been water loading, and this was on the Thursday, it got cancelled, I believe. So yeah, it was a weird feeling because straight away, you know, it was like, okay, at least we know now what's going on because it had been very up in the air the last couple of days. So it was a bit of a relief to get an actual answer, right, the fight's off. Because until then, you know, it was, oh, what's going on? Am I fighting this guy? Am I fighting that guy? Is someone going to sign it? But yeah, as soon as I got that bit of food in me and I actually was able to think clearly, I was gutted, man. You know, it was heartbreaking, but yeah, it is what it is.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw a picture of you some fans at Cage Warriors like on Friday, and then, you know, that was such a good card, and the London was such a good card. Was it almost just like a bit gutting to be watching from the sidelines, but now you're here, you're like, you know, thank God I get to do it again?
Yeah, it was really gutting, and obviously at the time I thought, right, the UFC aren't going to be coming back to London for a very long time. Obviously I wasn't to know that they're coming back a few months later, so as soon as I kind of heard that, you know, it was a little bit of a relief because, you know, obviously in 2019 I made my UFC London debut and it was probably the best experience of my life. So to have that kind of taken away and think, you know, it's going to be a while again to do it again, that sucked. So yeah, as soon as I heard they were coming back in July, you know, that was a good feeling, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And finally for me, obviously, you know, you've got roast this weekend, it's a featherweight fight, and bantamweight is your home. I'm interested, obviously, you've not fought in almost 2 years now. One person who's actually looking for his retirement fight is Frank Yecker. He wants MSG in November. Have you ever, obviously, everyone knows Frankie, you have a fight that you want, but obviously you want to get this one out of the way first, and what are your thoughts on Frankie and obviously calling it quits, and I guess you want that fight?
Is he fighting at 145?
believe it might be bantamweight. I'm not sure on the weight class, obviously. Now
yeah,
you're kind of jumping between two. I guess either way for you would be ideal, no?
Yeah, I think where I've been out for so long, where my body's been able to grow, I don't know if I would even make 135. Really, you know, it's getting tough, and especially now that I've gone up a weight class, I've been able to actually feed my muscles and grow as an athlete. But Frank Edgar, what a legend, man. You know, if I could fight him at 135, hell yeah, you know, 100%. If I could make the 135, but yeah, if he decides that he wanted to go up 145, I'm not a big featherweight, so you know, that'd be amazing.
Awesome, thank you.
And finally, just wanted to ask, what's the mental side of things like when you suffer that many setbacks and a huge period of inactivity? How do you deal with that as a fighter? I know it's got to Paul Craig, but it's a very lonely place. But do you echo that?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, luckily where the majority of my injuries have been on my hand, I've still been able to train. You know, it wasn't like an ACL tear where you can't even go for a jog. You know, I was still able to work around it. I had a cast on my hand, but I was still able to go and kick, jabs, use elbows, etc. So luckily that's kept me sane, because otherwise I don't know what I would do. And it's a lonely place when you train full time for a living, and if your friends work normal jobs, you know, your missus works a normal job. It can be very lonely just sitting at home all day. But I did go and get myself a dog, got a Belgian Shepherd, so he keeps me busy, keeps me sane, and yeah, gives me plenty to do.
And do you sympathise with what Darren Till's going through at the moment, as well as he's going through his Tyson Fury stage, similar to what you've been going through inactivity-wise and niggling injuries? I mean, do you sympathise with that, and do you hate to see a fighter go through that?
Yeah, 100%. You know, at the end of the day, it's not just a paycheck to us, this is what we love to do. You know, we're all probably, I think, the majority of fighters that are on this journey to, you know, build a legacy, and these injuries are only putting us out for even longer. So that's another reason why I've gone up a weight. You know, there's less injuries, I've been able to recover properly, you know, rehydrate properly, and the idea is to live a nice, long, happy life and do what I love for a living. So yeah, you know, I do feel for Darren. I know he would have loved to be on this card, and you know, I just hope obviously that he recovers well.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned Brad Pickett earlier. I think one of the greatest entrances when he came out to Chaz and Dave. You going to pick anything from their back catalogue for yours?
No, I'm sticking to the same song that I always have. It's kind of like my signature one, so it'll be nice to hear that playing again and get to walk out and hopefully repeat what I did in 2019. Cool. Then, yep. Cheers, guys.
Very much. Cool, we've got Paddy just coming in now. Everyone in. Right, I'm just going to switch your water. Oh, you'll leave it.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
It's been a unique build-up to this fight. Talks of twerking and teabagging and stuff like that. What have you made of it?
I didn't mind him, lad, before the fight got announced, you know what I mean? But he's been talking all sorts of crazy shit, lad. And he's absolute crap. You know what I mean? Can't throw a punch to save his life. And he's trying to talk shit, lad, it's mad. Can't believe he's talking about my opponents. I'd say Ogden, lad, my nan's dead and she'd finish him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have to say he was in here earlier and he wasn't being very complimentary of you.
That's what I mean, he's been talking proper shit, lad. He's an absolute idiot. The kid that we reversed triangled, a fat featherweight. His ground game's terrible. That he got twisted by Bryce Mitchell, says it all. Matt Wyman should be in an old age pensioner's home. You know what I mean? He was on the Ultimate Fighter season 5. I watched that when I was 15. You know what I mean? I'll beat Matt Wyman after I beat Jordan on Saturday night.
So where do you think what do you think he's coming from with this? Is he just trying to get in your head?
Yeah, he's just trying to get in my head, being a little weirdo like he is, but no one can out-weird me. I'm weirder than anyone.
Is there a chance you twerk over him if he gets...
I'm gonna teabag him, lad. I'm gonna teabag him like it's Modern Warfare 2.
For the uninitiated at home, what is teabag?
I'm gonna squat as close to his head as I possibly can without the ref shouting at me. Just squat up and down, like I'm on Modern Warfare 2, lad.
Thank you for clarifying that. How do you see the fight itself actually going? He was trying to say it's going to be a bit of a grappler versus grappler. What do you see?
No, it's not. I'm going to come out, I'm going to take his head off. I'm not going to be shooting no takedowns. I'm coming to stand with him to take his head off. I'm coming to take his chin on with me. He can't throw a punch to save his life, lad. He really can't, lad. He comes to fights not to... He doesn't come into fights to win. He comes into fights not to lose. You know what I mean? Try and take me down, sit on top of me and sniff me balls for 3 rounds, lad. It's not going to work.
I feel like he's been trying to get in your head, but what I'm getting from you is actually he's just kind of pissed you off.
Yeah, he has pissed me off, lad. I didn't mind him when the fight got announced. I really didn't mind him, lad. Like, he had 12,000 followers. He's now got 30,000 just off the back of my name for people who... What the fuck was that? For people who don't like me. You know what I mean? He's just got a load of followers. His followers is nearly tripled just because people don't like me. You know what I mean? And he can talk all this shite all he wants, lad, but he knows full well when that cave door gets shut, I'm going to come out and I'm going to take his head on with me.
He was kind of playing down how the crowd's going to be. He was like, you know, 9 o'clock, they won't be that drunk by then.
Well, lad, it's funny, because that got put in my group chat with my mates before, and my mate Jack, one of my closest mates, put, is he messing? I'll be in a mess by 9 o'clock. What's he on about? You know what I mean? So what's he on about, lad? All my mates will be in a mess by then, absolutely sloshed. 9 o'clock. That's what I mean, he's only ever fought in the Apex. He's never fought anywhere else. He's never fought with a crowd, lad. And now he's fighting with my crowd. Lad, his head's gonna fall off. As I was saying before, lad, this probably might be the first ever time someone shits themselves in the octagon.
Actually, I don't think that's the first time.
Oh, isn't it? Well, it might be the first time you have to mop a bit of shit up off the floor.
I'll let the referee know.
Hi. A lot of people are looking at this as your toughest test on paper. Is it safe to say disagree?
No.
Yep.
Luigi Vendramini knocks him clean out. And I think he's got better jiu-jitsu now, to be honest. And Vargas would knock him out if he caught him on the feet, but he would out-grapple Vargas, give him his due. He can grapple, but he can't grapple like me. He thinks he's a good grappler. Like, he's training out of one of the biggest gyms in Vegas, Syndicate, and he got beat up by someone who was training as a back garden in Peru. You know what I mean? That Puellas, another crab, who had beaten around. So, like, it means nothing to me. All he's chatting all this shite, and because of it, like, I always touch gloves, but I'm not touching gloves with this little mushroom. It's not happening. I'm coming out and I'm taking his head clean off.
You said you were pissed off. Is this the first time you come with this type of emotion in fight?
I've never really been pissed off leading up to a fight, you know what I mean? Vendramini and Vargas were pretty respectful, as I was to them, but he's a little maggot, and I'm going to proper batter him for it. I've never come into a fight wanting to hurt my opponent, and I'm going to hurt him. If I get the chance, I'm going to split him open with elbows or rearrange his face.
I know you don't like to call guys out because you say you don't want to give them clout, but how do you see your UFC career panning out? Obviously, from outside the octagon, you're killing it, but in terms of your fighting career, do you ever think about rankings where you want to go, or you just take it fight by fight?
Taking it fight by fight. I'm not calling anyone out. I don't need to give anyone publicity. Everyone has my name in their mouth. It's as simple as that. I don't need to mention anyone. You know what I mean? Logan Paul was talking about me the other week. It just shows, doesn't it? Even YouTubers are talking about me because they know who the boy is.
Thank you. You say that that Jordan Levitt as an opponent isn't as good as some of the guys you've fought in
No,
the past. So
I fought better grapplers in Cage Warriors. Sharon Back's a better grappler. Nadan Amani's a better grappler, even though he was juiced up. You know what I mean? But
So in terms of your career progression, other than the ability to pick up another win and entertain the fans in the UK, what is the big upside of fighting Jordan Levitt?
I'm going to put on a showcase with my hands and my feet. I'm going to put it on him on the feet. He's going to see a new side of me that he's never seen before. I wanted to do it in the last fight, but as I say, I was very disappointed in my last performance. Come out and threw 2 kicks, didn't even throw a punch, lad. Felt like a little bitch after it. You know what I mean? He hit me with a hook and I shot him for a panic shot. I did, shot him for a panic shot, ended up on the bottom. My takedown accuracy in the UFC, 0%, lad. I feel like an absolute little pussy. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna make a statement on the weekend. You know what I mean? Watch. I can't wait to come out and absolutely flatline him. I want to put him unconscious.
This change in energy is quite marked, because obviously in the lead up to this fight, everything we've seen from you, great interview you did with Molly and Gary Neville. I'll talk to you about. I'll ask you a question about that in a second. But everything about the lead up to this fight has been very relaxed, very open.
Oh, I'm very relaxed
chilled.
still, don't worry, lad. I'm very relaxed. I am relaxed, but I just think, who's he talking about? He's a no one. He's a nobody. And he's talking about me like I've fought nobody and I'm a no one. Like, his head's gonna fall off when he walks out. He's only ever fought in the Apex. He's only ever fought crabs. You know what I mean? There's a big difference between fighting me, fighting Matt Wyman, and fighting that fat featherweight, and then that Say Ogden. You know what I mean? As I say, Nan's dead and she'd finish him.
Yeah, no, the only reason I was mentioning that is I wondered, given the change of energy and the fact that you're talking in this sort of way, is this something your team have said to you? Like, do you need to make sure you keep everything on the level?
No one needs to tell me anything, lad. I know I'm solely focused. I know what I'm doing, lad. As I say, just he's talking bits of shit, lad. What is it? Is that pissing me off? Know what I mean? Like, as I say, he's a no one. No one knew who he was before he fought me. I got an interview before and he got called Justin Levy by the interviewer. That's how much of a no one he is. His name's getting said wrong by a very big interviewer. It's embarrassing. He's a no one. He's the monkey crab, not the monkey king.
Let me change up the energy just a little bit and just mention that Gary Neville interview. Liverpool and Manchester coming together. That's not something we see very often.
No, it's not. It's not.
Tell us about that, because it just. First off, it was a great interview, great piece of content, but how much fun was that to actually spend time with someone who you freely admit you hated a few years ago?
It is. It's mad. Know what I mean? I used to hate Gary Neville with a passion. He's kissed that United badge in Anfield and that. Know what I mean? I used to hate it with a passion. And as you know, I told him that. But what a nice fella he is. Know what I mean? What a sound fella he is. And all the overlap team, every one of them. Some of the research, what he done leading into that, and like Matt asked us questions, it was brilliant. It's such a professional team, and I think I'll probably end up being on the overlap again in a few years.
Thanks a lot.
Paddy's just there at the back, just there, mate.
Yes, lad, what's happening?
Yeah, good mate, you?
Cushy.
Yeah, just in terms of that overlap, you said that you're going to be the biggest star in the UFC. How close do you think you are to being the biggest star?
I'm nearly there already, lad. Know what I mean? I've had 2 fights. I've had more media than anyone else this week. That's a fact. You know what I mean? I'm doing a sit-down face-off interview with the Mushroom tomorrow. When does that ever happen when it's not the main event or the title fight? It doesn't. And there's only one reason that's happening. Because of me. Because everyone knows I'm the boy. I'm the new kid on the block. And I'm the one that's getting the bums on seats. This will be my last fight in the UK for a good few years till we do Anfield. After this, lad, I'll be fighting on pay-per-views. UFC are losing too much money having me fighting on ESPN Plus in the States, lad.
What did you make of him saying that you put on an act?
Lad, everyone knows now I don't put on an act. My YouTube channel shows it for everyone, you know what I mean? Your Paddy the Baddy YouTube channel shows that I am just me constantly. If anyone's putting on an act, lad, it's him, you know what I mean? What is he up to? He's the most little awkward crab you've ever met in your life.
Just in terms of, you mentioned Logan Paul there. What was that actually like having Logan Paul call you out, and what would you actually do to Logan Paul?
I just started giggling, lad. It made me night, because a couple of months ago he messaged me calling me a cloud chaser. And who's the cloud chaser now, son? Who's cloud chasing who? Know what I mean? Everyone knows what I do to him. Like, he's wrestled in high school. I have a Division 1 wrestler come over from the US who's wrestled at 84 kilo out of North Carolina. Jason, you know what I mean? I have him, he comes in and wrestles with me. I wrestle with better people, that's on it, like, he wouldn't be able to take me down, I'd put him on his back. That's what I mean, this monkey crab thinks that he's going to be able to take me down and hold me, or he's not even going to get me down, man. I wrestle with a better southpaw wrestler every day. Like, I can't wait to elbow his face in.
And then just finally for me, you put, like, see it on a serious note, you put a tweet out a few weeks ago about the cost of living in the UK. Now your gas and electricity has gone up. Being from Liverpool, being a man of the people, how much does that concern you, the people of Liverpool?
It's absolutely disgusting, lad, how much that it has actually gone up. It's ridiculous. And then you've got this Sunak saying that he wants to sort the country out. Lad, you was the one that was in charge of all that, you little divvy. You was in charge of all the budget being the Chancellor. So, nah, just do a general election and let's see them get voted out.
Does it worry though with the people of Liverpool? I know you said the food banks have increased, but when you want to set up charities and no child has to eat from a food bank again, does it worry the state of what?
Yeah, it does, because more and more people are eating out of food banks now. It really is heat or eat for some families. Put the eating on or eat. And it's absolutely despicable that that's happening. Especially someone, like I say, that Sunak, multi-millionaire, his beard's a billionaire, and he's talking about sorting the economy out. Eat shit, lad.
Paddy, just down the bottom right here. How you doing?
Yeah, man, what's happening?
I think, like you said there, you know, the comparisons of you being like almost the biggest star in the UFC, and so many people would compare you to Conor McGregor, but you know, you kind of seen the limelight that you went down. How do you avoid going down, you know, the same path of getting caught up in all the attention and just staying focused on the actual important part, which is fighting?
Because I've already had that. Not on as big a scale, but I've already had that when I was 21 and I won the Cage Warriors world title. I had all Klingons, people hanging off my coattails, I had all that, you know what I mean? I had hanging around with the wrong people, not being with my proper mates, even like split up with the missus for a bit. And you realise, lad, and I'm so happy now looking back in hindsight that happened to me. I had to hit rock bottom before I come back up, and I have hit rock bottom in the past, but now I'm here, and I'm here to stay.
Would you not say it's more difficult though when you have like the stuff that you had in the trips to America and even getting noticed out there, and you know the baseball stadiums? Would you say that it's even more difficult now?
Yeah, but I've always said that's going to happen. I've said for years I am going to be the biggest star in the world. When I was like 19, 20 fighting on Cage Warriors, I was saying I am going to be the biggest MMA star on the planet. And what's happening? I'm proving myself right like I always do. Proving hate is wrong, and it makes my day. Gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside.
And something that got a big bit of attention in the first two fights was your pay. Graham, your manager Graham Boylan, has now said that that's changed. Obviously, not going into specifics, but how much better is it now going into your third fight?
Oh, it's good. It's good. Hey, don't use worry about that.
And finally, from me, a bit of sad news. Obviously, it's when we were talking in March, you were talking about how you want to bring baby Lee on stage, and sadly, obviously, his last fight last month. He played a big part in your previous fight camps, and I just wondered if you could reflect on how much he meant to you, and he still does mean to you, even though he's not sadly with us anymore.
Yeah, it's happening, to be honest, lad. Just kills you out. A kid that age can go, you know what I mean? There's like 98-year-old people still alive, horrible nonsense. And then there's a 4-year-old kid dying like that. It's, you know, if he was a billionaire, some lad probably would have been saved. But because he's just a kid from Liverpool that no one's asked. But I know full well he's going to be in there with me on Saturday. I know for a fact he is. That's why I know Jordan Levitt can't hear me, lad. Jordan Levitt's not going to get near me, lad. I'm going to get into a proper flow state in this fight. I am going to proper hurt him, lad. For baby Lee. I know he's going to be in there with me, lad.
Thank you very much.
Patty, right here. Patty. I asked Molly this, and I want to ask you, the event in March obviously was just very well celebrated as one of the best events. And I want to ask, going into this one, you obviously can only focus on your own fight, but do you feel like a collective energy with the European fighters to have an encore performance?
Yeah, of course, and I know that we're all coming out to get wins. All the Europeans, we don't turn up to lose, lad. We turn up to put on a show in a big way. DC said to me yesterday, "Oh, you Europeans are so confident." I'm like, it's because we have full faith in our ability, lad. I think every European on the card's going to win. It's just the way I look at it. And I've been saying to people, lad, if you want a 30 bet, lad, get a triple on me, Molly and Tom, because that's coming in.
And then on a lighter note, some fighters do campaign for custom Venom shorts. You're known for having orange shorts prior to coming to the UFC. Have you sent a message to anyone about trying to get that color available?
No, I haven't, to be honest. I've mentioned it a few times, like, and a few people have mentioned it for me, but the red shorts are working a charm, aren't they, lad? I don't really need to go back to the orange one. The red shorts are working an absolute charm.
Ellie, just a quick one. Islam Makhachev and Charles Oliveira will be fighting for the title at UFC 280. Just wanted to get your opinion, how you think that fight goes down.
I think Charles Oliveira wins. I think he gets a finish within 3. Simple. You know what I mean? They're both unbelievable fighters. Islam is quality, but he hasn't fought the caliber opponent what Charles has fought. And I think Charles gives him so many tests that he hasn't been tested like he will against Charles. I mean, he hasn't fought no one in the top 10, Islam. And he's getting a title shot.
Dan Hooker.
Yeah, no,
Just Dan Hooker.
Just Dan Hooker. He was on like 3 weeks' notice. Yeah, Charles Oliveira all day.
Last question, guys.
Patty Tim from Sports Key to here. I've always been curious about this question. You're training for a fight, you're doing tons of media. How do you maintain your energy to also argue with people on Twitter?
I love putting trolls in the faces, lad. I can't help it. It's just one of them things. I haven't been on it for a few hours today, but it's just mad, lad. It's crazy the amount of views I get on Twitter. You know, Instagram used to be bad, but I'll be honest, it's boiled down a bit now. Instagram's not bad at all, but I get abuse on Twitter, like, it does me head in, lad. But I call people out on it, you know what I mean? People say, oh, you shouldn't even give them your time, this and that, but, you know, it's not like, people think that, like, someone tweeted me, oh, you've got a fight to think about on Saturday. Like, what, do you think I just sit there in my room all day thinking, oh, Jordan Levy? I don't need to, I'm gonna punch his head in, you know what I mean? So I'll use Twitter to pass time, and there's one today, lad, some horrible fella calling Scousers victims and never their fault. He knows what he's talking about. It's a Hillsborough job. So I said to him, he said, I'm always in Liverpool. So I was like, lad, go ahead, when are you next in Liverpool, let me know. He said he's a Fulham fan. He said, I'll be in Liverpool for Everton and Liverpool away. I said, Sam, come down the gym, we'll put some gloves on and get on the cage. Oh, do you think it always gets sorted with violence? Absolutely curry shit bombed it in his undies. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to talk a big game on the internet, lad, like as Mike Tyson said, people think social media, lad, you don't get punched in the face no more. What you say on the internet, lad, you get punched in the face. Simple as.
Quick one from me, Paddy. Who's going to score more goals this season? Darwin Núñez or Erling Haaland?
I've already answered this, lad. Núñez is going to score more. Haaland's injury prone, lad. He's always injured. Núñez isn't. Seen a belter stat before as well. Guess who Núñez has scored more goals than in the Champions League knockout stage? Sergio Aguero. Mic drop. See you later.
What did he call it? He said the fan was a what? Oh, I didn't hear it. Yeah. You can't really shit.
Yeah, he was Johnson. I mean, it's like, thanks for adjusting.
You did? Yeah, I literally didn't mean to call you that. I was like, sorry about that. I was making a joke.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was making a joke.
I think we're,
yeah, I hope so.
Cheers to that. I was like, I didn't get it.
Yeah, later.
Can I get that? Yeah, can I get that? Yeah, I heard. I was like, what am I doing?
Face-offs, we need to be able to get live back there.
So what do we do? How far? Sorry, give me a shout, my fat head's in the way.
I don't need to see boys, it just needs to be,
yes.
Big enough guys to. Not at all.
and then.
Can I get that audio off you, Abby?
Yeah, 1 second, I've been.
Yeah, this is good.
Have I been switch cards?
Smack bag. Yeah, so that you can just make that into an X with a shot.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we have graphics, right? So we get the actual straight on, so you might as well get a 45 when I get.
Yeah. Oral is just eliminated through frame. So it's the second time this shirt's been rinsed today.
Right.
It's free.
Yeah, I said say that. Skinny. Looks brittle. Well, you'll be able to turn on the computer.
This is still important. Right.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I told him, Jackson.
Send those to Mike.
What do you send it to, Mike?
Just like that. Boy, was that quiet. Why? Why
Did you do them individually?
Yeah.
I've only got two here.
Do you have this thing? Yeah.